Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership. A commitment to excellence. Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership, a commitment to excellence.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the third day of Revolution.Aero Global 2021. Before we start, we'd like to thank our sponsors of the event, Sol.One, Aerotech, Hyundai, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, MSC Software, Shackelford, Whyte & Case, and Wisk.
Thanks so much to all our fantastic speakers and to more than 1,000 people joining us around the world. We've had 2 fantastic days, and this is going to be no different. And we're delighted to have our first session, the CEO of the first traded urban mobility company, or urban air mobility company, first publicly traded. If you want to buy shares, it's BLDE on NASDAQ. But first, if you want to know more about Blade Mobility, let's watch this video.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
For those of you who dreamed of a future full of flight and limitless possibility, your time has come.
Come with me.
Ready for your flight to JFK?
And you'll be in a world of pure imagination.
Blade. Fly the future today.
Fantastic video. Rob, great to see you. How are you?
Great seeing you. We're doing well, working hard.
How's life as a listed company CEO?
It is definitely has its challenges, but it also is exciting. So we're really glad to be here. And thanks for showing that video. We actually added an alliance last week, as you may have read, with Embraer's Eve platform. So the alliances continue with the OEM. So we're very excited about that.
Yeah, it's hard work keeping up with all of them. How often are you checking the share price, Rob?
You know, the hope is that we focus on our business and the share price will take care of itself. But you know, in the beginning, you know, every now and then people do sneak on their smartphone or their computer. So
you launched Blade in 2014. After you were fed up with the glamour of the music industry, you wanted to get into helicopters, and this was way before most people were looking at what have until now been called eVTOLs. And first, you hate that branding, don't you?
I guess I'd like to say is, you know, with Beta Technologies, with Kyle and the great team over there, and you know, even with Wisk, we like the name EVA. It rolls off the tongue better. It's electric vertical aircraft, says it all. We'll see who adopts it. And but there's a lot of time. We have a lot of time to worry about that. Right now, we just got to get these aircraft, you know, made, certified, and flying.
I agree with you. I actually, to be honest, I personally dislike the L on the end of VTOL. I think landing should be taken as a given.
Yes, we hope so. I think we decided, we had a board meeting where most had a French pronunciation. They called it eVTOL. So that's at that point we realized that it was time for a little bit of a brand shift. So we use the term EVA, and we welcome anybody in the industry to use it as well.
What's exciting about EVAs is that, you know, when you first came up with Blade as an idea, it was all about helicopters, wasn't it?
Well, it really was, it was never called Blade helicopters. I think that, in my prior life at Sony, I spent a fair amount of time looking at lithium ion battery procurement strategies and alliances. And Sony, obviously, through digital still cameras and portable gaming and cell phones, spent a lot of time on lithium batteries. And it was clear the battle on the ground was going to move to the air. So the view was start with helicopters today, build the infrastructure, get the customer experience right, get the brands, get people flying, and also have the technology from consumer to cockpit. And then at some point, have an asset swap and do that on an asset-light basis. We don't own or operate any aircraft. So that's really was always the business model. And that way we have flexibility two ways. Number one, if EVA ends up coming a little later, we still keep building our business. But we also have the benefit of being a little bit of an index play on all these manufacturers because our routes are going to change, our mission requirements are going to change. So one platform doesn't do it all for us. And to the extent timelines extend, we'll have other partners who are probably sooner in the timeline to rely upon.
And you have signed agreements with 3 major OEMs already, haven't you? How did you choose them?
Correct. I think that we have a team here that assesses the technology. And obviously, the most important thing is whether it's right for our missions and the geographies that we have. And frankly, the first, with Beta Technologies, they're in Vermont, they're in the Northeast, they understand the cold weather and the kind of terrain and weather that we deal with. We liked the idea of being able to land like a fixed-wing aircraft because we do a lot of city to airport type routing. The distance, timeline, great team, and also there's a lot of chemistry that has to happen with these manufacturers because we're really working together in the sense that the passenger experience, the things that we deal with every day, everything from tarmac safety to physically challenged people to, vibration, seat rake, all the things that, just flying tens and tens of thousands of people over the years, you get a sense for what you need. Because remember this, that helicopters were really never meant for consumer flying, right? The Sikorsky is actually a Black Hawk helicopter. And, at some point someone said, why don't we put leather seats in this and make this a executive helicopter? You get in a helicopter, you're standing, you step onto something that is very narrow. There's a float that says, don't step. You're putting in headphones. You may not be able to talk to the pilot. It's sometimes uncomfortable. You may have, 4-point seat belts. They really are meant for, news gathering, offshore drilling, so many different things except actually commuting. So what's exciting to us is to be able to work with manufacturers so they really understand not only the experience that the passengers need, but what it takes for us in terms of Blade to keep those missions moving, keep turning those helicopter flights so we can get the most out of an aircraft in a limited amount of time. So if you think about, Blade Airport in New York City, which just relaunched after COVID pause, we have to turn those helicopters sometimes every 3 minutes, and that we can improve upon that by working closely with the manufacturers in terms of the ergonomics and the design of the aircraft, baggage compartments, all that. And we have all that data.
The data is really important, though, isn't it? Because we had a great chat on day one with Yesh from Hyundai, and Hyundai is looking around the world trying to work out where it's going to start and looking at all the different opportunities and places where the infrastructure is right. Have you pretty much decided on where you'll be implementing VTOL from day one? Oh, sorry, I didn't say VTOL, I said EVA.
Blade is never going to be, especially in the early days of EVA as it rolls out, you're never going to see a map with just tons of dots all over the world. We want to pick the largest markets to be number one in those large markets. And right now, the biggest opportunity we clearly see is in the Northeast, the entire Northeast corridor. We obviously see opportunities in the West Coast. As you know, we launched operations in India through a joint venture. And it's really about reducing friction. In India, we turn a 5-hour drive into a 30-minute flight. In New York, we turn a 2-hour drive into a 5-minute flight to JFK at times. And we're now absolutely shattering Uber Black pricing in New York City because of the lack of drivers right now. We're in this very interesting stage where an Uber Black can be $230 to the airport, where our product is $195, or with an airport pass, only $95. And pre-pandemic, we were flying to all 3 airports from all 3 Blade lounges in New York, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. And it's a very powerful product, but it's about reducing friction. And it's also about where there's existing infrastructure, because we're firm believers in the fact that new infrastructure is going to come after EVA arrives. So what we want to do is, as we transition from helicopters to EVA, is to show the stakeholders, local governments, community boards, flyers, that EVAs are in fact quiet, safe, and emission-free. And with that will catalyze the building of new vertiports that'll dramatically increase our addressable market. But until then, it's the existing heliports and airports where we're building terminals and making acquisitions that EVA will be flying in the beginning. But even today, Alasdair, I can tell you, last year, I think actually in 2019, 28 million people either arrived at JFK Airport, at all the New York City airports, or departed the New York City airports, where Manhattan was either their ultimate destination or their point of departure to the airport. So that's a huge addressable market for us. And so we see a lot of opportunity in New York, a lot of opportunity in the Northeast, going all the way up the Northeast corridor. We see opportunities in Florida. And we have to be systematic about it. And our first goal is to get airport up and running. We've already talked about commuter products from Westchester to New York and to the airports. I also think that the usage patterns post-COVID are changing as well. Many of our leisure routes were really only on weekends. They're now 7-day-a-week businesses. So for instance, this April, we were flying on leisure routes 7 days a week. We never did that before. In fact, we did publicly disclose that our revenues in April for 2021 were not only obviously higher than 2020 during COVID, but higher than 2019. So the usage patterns of this kind of hybrid remote work environment, where someone may be spending 8 days at home in an extended suburb that could be up to 90 miles away or more, coming into the office 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 days every 10 days, sometimes flying for, say, $295, which is the price of their commuter pass to some of these leisure markets 90 miles away. That's pretty affordable if you're doing it only once every couple of weeks.
Also, you get used to it, don't you? Like, commuting's great while you do it every day, and you get used to. You don't question your hour and a half.
In traffic right now, in New York and in other cities, are at pre-pandemic levels. And a lot of people bought cars during the pandemic. There's a lot of people who are no longer taking public transportation, so the roads are pretty tight right now.
Are you interested in looking at other joint venture partners around the world?
Yeah, I think that if there's, call it obviously there's a high level of difficulty in terms of starting operations in India. So we would not do that without a local partner. And they had the opportunity to actually help us build heliports and terminals in India in conjunction with the Ministry of Aviation. I look at a lot of other opportunities in other countries. We'd love to be in Europe. As you know, say in London, right now there's only the Battersea heliport, which isn't perfectly convenient for a lot of people. Paris, we wish there was more infrastructure. So there are going to be certain cities that will be EVA first in terms of urban air mobility. And there are other cities where we could relight existing helipads, or they have a helipad or airport infrastructure that works. But it's not as ubiquitous as you may think.
No, and you're right. And I think Europe's fairly unhelicopter friendly. And I guess that's one of the issues is noise. And you're a founding member of the Alliance for Quiet and Electric Aviation, aren't you? How does that work?
Yeah, so that's an alliance of people who have interest in preserving existing infrastructure so that we can accommodate next generation aircraft. Because if this infrastructure goes away, I don't think a lot of it will be able to return. It's very, very difficult to build this kind of infrastructure. Some of the airports we land at are over 100 years old. Many of the heliports we land at are over 40 years old. And it's critical that we allow this infrastructure to remain. So we're in a position when the new quiet electric aircraft are here, we can, again, prove to the local communities that these are not only quiet and emission-free and safe, but also hopefully at some point much more affordable transportation for a wider group of the population than currently enjoys helicopters and other small aircraft.
You've also launched in the last few years Blade Medi-Mobility. Do you want to explain that? Because that's also part of demonstrating to communities what you can offer, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, when you think about, ESG right now, it's not only about, our plans to shift from jet engine aircraft to electric aircraft, but it's also, how we can use our platform to help people. And I would say as of last year, we're now the largest air transporter of human organs for transplants in the Northeast. And that's really exciting business because we're actually improving the efficacy of transplants, because especially say in New York City, where people used to take maybe a jet to Teterboro with a doctor or a bunch of doctors and organs, they would then get an ambulance and fight traffic in New Jersey through Manhattan. So for instance, we can actually depart literally 100 feet away from Langone Medical Center at the Blade Terminal on the east side and say, go straight to Philadelphia. That by helicopter. That used to be an ambulance trip to Teterboro, transferring the organ and the doctors to a jet, and then the same thing on the return. And we'd also land on hospital helipads as well. So it really is exciting. So to increase the efficacy in terms of the amount of travel time going down, but also the price. We believe that we're saving at least and many missions up to half their normal cost of doing these transplant surgeries. So you understand, doctors will go to a hospital and extract an organ, then bring it back for transplant. So it's a very complicated process. But what it also does is it allows our operators to actually amortize more costs over their equipment. So during the day, an aircraft will be doing missions for commuters, and in the evening, a different crew will come in and be using the helicopter for hospital work. So that helps reduce the cost, not only for the operators and for Blade, but ultimately for our customers who are going to fly us, say, to the airport or to other destinations.
I like the fact you're talking about, you've always talked about a partnership with operators and giving them more lift. Are you not tempted to buy one? No,
I think, I do not envy operators, and I certainly don't envy manufacturers. We want to focus on what we're good at, and that is this end-to-end experience for the flyer. That not only that goes from when you first hear about Blade through marketing, when you walk into one of our terminals, they're going to security, baggage assessment, safety, the logistics and the recovery in case of weather or mechanicals. The booking experience, the data we need to figure out what kind of routes, offering that entire platform, and obviously the trust that our flyers put in us every day in terms of how we select and diligence our operators. That's a lot to do. I can't even imagine trying to build an aircraft. Can't imagine owning a company that has to, train pilots, maintain aircraft, buy parts. We know what we do. We want to stick to our knitting.
But when you look at EVA OEMs, I'm just throwing in acronyms now, trying to build aircraft and operate them, do you think they'll continue doing that, or do you just see it being, like Boeing and United, that they'll eventually split up?
Well, I think it depends what the objective is. I believe that, I think infrastructure is much tougher to build than I believe many people think. So our rule of thumb here is if someone allows you to build a vertiport in their community, they probably don't need one. So it's just the kind of way it is. So if you want to go to, somewhere outside, I don't know, outside Dallas, outside Orlando, and you want to actually showcase your technology and create a route to showcase the technology, I would understand why a manufacturer wants to do that. If you want to actually build, a network of routes and have enough customers where you're taking economic risk on every flight, because obviously you need a certain type of utilization, it's a different type of business. I can't judge whether they will be able to do it or not. I would say for us, that would be boiling the ocean. But I understand why they want to do it. I think they want to prove that it works, and they have clearly have a vision as to how they want it to operate. But they're also very different skill sets, as you pointed out with the airlines, being a manufacturer and then also being call it an air carrier or an arranger of flights. But we hope they can do it. We think, if this is going to be what Morgan Stanley calls a $500 billion industry in 5 years or whatever the numbers are today, we're going to need as many manufacturers and as many operators and arrangers as we can. So the more, the better.
You went in, you launched in 2014, which wasn't that long ago, but probably feels like it for you. And it was much harder. And you had some fantastic investors from the start, but the cash targeting the sector then was a lot less than now.
Correct.
What do you feel when you see billions pouring in? Is that good for you, or do you worry that you're going to have competitors coming up against you?
Well, we started this company, and from 2014 to now, we probably spent about $38 million, and yet through our public offering, we raised gross proceeds of about $360 million. That's a lot of money to us. And that has been earmarked for acquisitions of infrastructure, transactions with operators, joint ventures, route expansion. So we believe, especially with an asset-light model, we have a lot of cash to go execute upon our business plan, and also to be opportunistic beyond the things that we even see today. Again, when you think about the billions being poured into this industry, a lot of that is design and manufacturing. I mean, you think about these companies that are building EVA, these would normally be R&D projects in giant, large aerospace companies. So they're going to, they know they need a fortune, and frankly, they've raised a lot of money. So hopefully they're off to a great start. From our perspective, this is like Operation Warp Speed for EVA. The amount of money that's been put in this industry is only going to help it get catalyzed to get to certification faster, better technology, lower costs for consumers, more opportunities for companies like Blade to have a selection of aircraft, because I think one of the things that also differentiates us from, say, a manufacturer that is operating their own platform is, even today with helicopters, the helicopter that it goes to a hospital to pick up an organ is different than the one that'll take you to the airport. That's different than the one that'll take you to Boston. We will need a portfolio as well of EVA, the right equipment for the right mission. It won't be one platform.
When you say infrastructure, would you look at buying vertiports or FBOs?
Absolutely. It's definitely on the roadmap. Existing infrastructure, we believe, is critical to the launch of EVA. And it's obviously critical for us to improve our economics with conventional aircraft and to improve the flyer experience. Most of our terminals are proprietary, and the ability to aggregate our passengers, do safety checks, do security check-in, baggage assessment, assemble them, put them in the right seats, obviously weight and balance it. That's a very complicated process that we've managed to figure out how to scale. And you can't do that in a parking lot, and you can't do that in a general aviation terminal.
And of course, one of the beauties of your partnership is you now have some very smart FBO investors with you on your board. We've got an anonymous question. How much percentage of money goes for environment protection? I think they're talking about your offsetting there, I think. Is that right?
Yes. We are carbon neutral through offsets. I can't tell you how much it costs us, but we are carbon neutral as a company even today, pre-EVA. And what I think is interesting about that is we wanted to make sure that when we entered into this program to become carbon neutral, that it wasn't just buying these kind of very opaque offsets that people really don't know what they are. We actually fund programs in the places we operate. So for instance, there's a project in the Bronx where there's a landfill, and we collect methane gas from that landfill and take it away so it can be used for other purposes. And I think that actually helps us with our flyers, because it's not just like writing a check. We actually think really hard about what projects we're funding wherever possible.
And actually, it's amazing how large parts of the suburbs used to smell of methane in New York. It's brilliant, Rob. It's so exciting having watched you from the start. It's so exciting now talking to you as a CEO of NASDAQ. I guess, and I've just been told methane's odorless. So, but these by Luuk from Daedalean, who doesn't surprise me that he'd know that. There was it did have a smell. I'm probably missing. Rob, finally, when do you think you'll be launching EVA?
I think that the first, we signed a deal recently with Magna X, which I think you showed in your recent video. Amphibious seaplanes are a big part of our business. So that will be a much faster certification process. They've come out and said 2023, and that will be an extremely quiet aircraft, but it is not EVA. And then in 2024, we would hope to expect deliveries of our first passenger appropriate Beta Technologies ALIA aircraft, which we're really excited for. So that's the date they have that. We projected that it would begin in 2025 in terms of our financial projections. So we have a little cushion there, but we're glad that the pressure's on and everybody's keeping to some very, very important dates.
And what date do you think you'll have autonomous flights?
I have no idea.
Okay,
talk to our partners at Wisk about that. I'm sure they'll
Gary's actually on the next panel, so I'll let my colleague ask. Rob, always a pleasure. Really great to see you, and I hope I can one day visit you in New York again. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you so much.
So that was absolutely brilliant having Rob Wiesenthal from Blade Urban Air Mobility. We're now delighted to hand over to people who can answer the autonomy question. I'm handing over to my colleague, Mike Stones, Group Editor of Revolution.Aero. Mike, over to you.
Welcome to this session, Flying Solo, the Autonomous Future, with me, Mike Stones from Revolution.Aero. Now, autonomous aviation means different things to different people. Is it fully autonomous? Is it with a safety pilot on board? Or, as some joke, and a sheepdog as well, to bite the pilot if he dares to touch the controls? Or is it without human intervention, from gate to gate with a supervisor on the ground? What is beyond doubt is the size of the prize. Morgan Stanley forecast advanced air mobility and eVTOL aircraft industries will generate a value of $1.4 trillion by 2040, plus the promise of higher safety standards and lower operating costs. To probe the impact of autonomous aviation, I'm delighted to introduce now a stellar cast of speakers. They are Gary Gysin, Wisk CEO, partnered with Boeing, working on a pilotless solution from scratch. So I'd be interested to explore his thinking there. And Claire Bihan, Acubed by Airbus, a leading system design engineer. And of course, Airbus completed its first ATOL flight of a large commercial aircraft last summer. Andreas Perotti, Chief Marketing Officer Europe, with the NASDAQ-listed company Ehang, expecting type certification for its flagship 216 model in the domestic market of China soon, I think. Andreas will explore that later. I'm also delighted to welcome Marc Piette, Xwing Chief Executive, whose specially equipped Grand Caravan left the gate, taxied, took off, landed, returned to the gate entirely on its own earlier this year, in January, I believe, with a safety pilot on board, but I think without a sheepdog. We can confirm that later. Also, and last but not least, Luuk van Dijk, founder and chairman and CEO of Daedalean AI, which aims to create an AI pilot that can outperform human pilots in all functions. A scary thought for some of us pilots, but we'll explore more of that in a little while too. Let's begin by asking each of our speakers, in the order I introduced them, to explore briefly, perhaps at first, how advanced autonomy is in aviation now, perhaps with reference to their companies. Gary, can you start us off?
Yeah, sure, happy to. So from a technology perspective, autonomy is actually quite far along. So if you look at commercial aviation, over 90% of all flight hours are automated, from takeoff to landing to autopilot, et cetera. There's the comfort, obviously, of having a pilot sitting in front, but the actual workload has decreased over the years. And then if you think about from a defense industry perspective, millions of flights have been flown with very large drones, BVLOS drones that are obviously on missions and things like that. But the technology exists to make this happen. Now, in the eVTOL space, the other things that have to come in play, and I believe the airline OEMs will be able to, build fine technology, but you have the other parts of the ecosystem that have to come into play, like detect and avoid and aerospace integration, to make sure that as a system, it's a safe system across the board from end to end.
Yeah, so I'd like to explore in a bit more detail what are the obstacles, what are the hurdles to jump, and that's a great start. So thank you for that, Gary. And Claire, can you introduce us to where Airbus is now?
So at Airbus, we have introduced autonomous technologies over the last decade. So like Gary said, our airplanes are already autonomous in many ways. The pilot workload is already alleviated from the past years. So today at Wayfinder, we are developing and exploring the very newest technologies so that they can be put in place on the next generation of commercial aircraft. The order is for the next generation of commercial aircraft to have only one single pilot in the cockpit. So those newest technologies are currently developed so that they are fully mature when Airbus wants to deploy them.
But presumably there'll be a human in the cockpit for decades and decades, is that right?
So for the next generation of commercial aircraft, Airbus wants to keep the pilot in the cockpit. What happens in the next decades after that is for the public to decide, and the whole industry on its own, for the regulations to decide. For the next commercial aircraft, it's true that the pilot would remain in the cockpit, and the pilot expertise would help the autonomous systems in order to ensure the greatest safety of the aircraft operations.
Thank you for that. We'll now move on to three gentlemen who I believe would like to drop the pilot as soon as possible. Andreas, tell us about this.
Well, thank you very much for your question, and I think already has been a lot has been said already by my previous speakers on the current state, and I think it's less a question of technology, it's more a question of regulation, where when it comes to the question, how much autonomy can we put on the vehicle? When it comes to us, we basically started as a software company, and we still see software as the core of our activities. So we defined an ecosystem, a software platform for autonomous flying, and we attach our different vehicles to that. For us, it's a matter of safety, but it's also a matter of the business case. And these discussions are always quite interesting because all of us have been flying autonomously already. When you take a large-scale passenger aircraft, you have a catch-free landing, you are already flying autonomous. So the question is also to what scale are you going? I mean, I think we always see these two extremes. On the one hand, the question of a classical piloted aircraft on where the pilot is having his joystick and steering from A to B, and on the other hand, an artificial intelligence deciding in a black box, totally detached from a human being. I think both extremes are not necessary, because on the one hand you have issues with the business case due to very expensive operations and complications in training and everything, and also the lack of pilots, and on the other hand you have a regulatory issue. But in between there's a big gray zone, and this is the one we can elaborate.
And are you flying autonomously without pilots now in China?
That's correct.
You are. Okay. All right.
We have around 100 routes or 100 vehicles in operation in predefined segregated areas based on a special permit. And as you mentioned already, we're a couple of months away from receiving the type certification for our product. And our plan is to roll out 100 new routes of operation in the next 1.5 years.
And these flights are controlled by a ground supervisor, is that right?
Absolutely. So our vehicle design is basically from a hardware and from the software side, of course, designed with a lot of redundancy and backup measurements. But the last layer of redundancy is and will also stay the human being in a kind of command and control center, which is overviewing this traffic ecosystem, these traffic networks of several routes in a region, in a municipality. And the guys in these command and control centers, which is similar to a tower at an airport, you don't need them to have the system or to have the network being operated. Okay. For cost reasons and for business case reasons, but they can interfere in case of being necessary.
Yeah. Marc, what does autonomy mean for Xwing?
Well, I think, going back to what Gary was saying, right? I think automation has come a long way in aviation, and our focus is not to keep adding automation to an existing piloted aircraft, but to figure out how to get aircraft safely integrated in the airspace without pilots on board. And it's not so much an automation problem, it's a system integration problem or an integration of those aircraft in the airspace. This involves solving a few remaining challenges, such as ability for the aircraft to automatically separate itself from other traffic safely, what's called in the industry detect and avoid capability. It's also all the failure modes. So figure out how what that unmanned aircraft will need to do if things start failing. So if the data links to the ground or fails, if some various systems on the aircraft fail. So it's all the contingency management there. We focus at Xwing mostly on retrofitting, on converting cargo aircraft, so feeder cargo aircraft into unmanned aircraft. We think that's a practical approach to get there faster from a certification standpoint. There's and so we've been working on Cessna Grand Caravan, which is a workhorse in the industry. We do still have a human on the ground, mainly because you can automate the aircraft all you want, but that aircraft still needs to take directions from the air traffic controller. So if an air traffic controller asks you to change heading, change airspeed, climb a descent, currently that's done over voice or VHF channels, and we don't look to automate that piece. So we have humans on the ground that take those calls, translate those into high-level commands that then get sent to the aircraft for the aircraft to execute. But the aircraft on its own, there's no remote control of the aircraft. The aircraft will take those high-level commands and automatically execute those commands on its own.
Okay, thank you, Marc. We'll return to an overview of the obstacles that need to be overcome in a short while. I just want to ask Luuk now about how his background in machine learning and machine AI informs what he's doing with Daedalean.
Well, so the entire goal of our company has been since the start to bridge that gap between what was described by the previous speakers, which I would classify as automation. So I think it's unfair to call it autonomy unless the aircraft, takes off, taxis, takes off, flies, and lands without human intervention. And so that's
your definition, yes?
Yeah, well, so we can play with the definition, but so the Airbus definition of autonomy, that really sounds like automation. And as Gary pointed out, you get that for free in aerospace today, because the boring part between the taking off and the landing is completely automatic. And somebody mentioned the Category 3 landing. If you have a Category 3B landing, then you can go all the way to touchdown, not yet takeoff, but in all the airports that don't have a Category 3 landing, there's a decision height where the pilots look out the window and take a decision as humans using their eyes and their visual cortex to do something. So I think as long as you require the human in the loop during the mission, it's automation. And to be fair, you can get a pretty long way to efficient, safe, and economic operations by pushing that level of automation further. However, we figured that in the end, it's inevitable if you want to fly like a human in the airspace with the rules that are set, by international treaties that have evolved over the last 100 years. You're going to need the capability that are currently exclusively the domain of the human. And that technology also exists, but it's fairly recent. And even if the technology exists, the proof of safety is required next, and then regulation is the passing the regulatory bar for certification is the next step, and there we see some gaps. So I think the programs laid out by the other 5 speakers, make perfect sense. But at some point, if we want to get to denser use of the economic airspace, and there actually I agree with Marc, the system is not the aircraft. The system is the whole system of civil aviation, which includes the communication with air traffic control, which is currently very human-centric. So to move to the kind of densities that are foreseen in urban air mobility, like we heard the previous panel guest discussed, to get to the kind of densities that people foresee, where the market is trillions of dollars, we have to be able to roll out complete autonomy, where there's no need to ask the human, shall I fly left or right now at this point in time.
Okay,
so that's what we're working on. Yeah.
You mentioned the market attracting billions, trillions of dollars. What's the motivation for that, Luuk? Is it cost saving? Is cost saving the big driver that's driving this technology?
Well, I think people are generally excited about urban air mobility, and to get the urban mobility to this higher density, you need the autonomy. So autonomy definitely a means to an end. That it attracts the millions is no doubt because people see these applications starting. That said, I think that I say autonomy is a means to an end, but I don't think the cost driving is the biggest lever. I think maintaining and increasing safety at increasing the density of the airspace is going to be the driver for adoption of autonomy. So if we keep
let's just test that idea against Gary. Gary, is that right, that it's safety or cost? I mean, how did that play out in your mind?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of factors here. Obviously, one is the huge time savings that this whole marketplace can offer. But and everyone talks about that, as do we. But there's a second part that's super interesting, which is predictability. And so, if you're stuck in a traffic jam, you're commuting, are you there for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? Is there an accident? What's happening? And so having a predictable end-to-end journey, even if you're saving 20% or 25%, actually might be worth a lot to people. Mm-hmm. And so the idea where I think this scales is, and Luuk said it with autonomy, and I think you're right. It's a word that's thrown out there. I think we're going to have a pilot in the loop for quite a while. They'll be on the ground, while the aircraft is flying, and they're more observing. They're observing, the flight. They're watching the telemetry to make sure everything is going right. But at the end of the day, this is a safer journey. Over 80% of aviation accidents are human error, and will allow it to scale. So this becomes an everyday transportation mechanism. And I think that's the key. And I think that's why so much money has come into this segment, is that this is something that all of us, students, somebody, entering their first career ought to be able to take every day. And so it's got to be affordable, obviously, for that to happen. But that's where the real scale is. And I think that's the dream. And a lot of the money that's coming into the sector is looking at that prize.
Okay. And Claire, do you think that cost bears any attraction when we look at self-flying, we look at automation, or is it a purely safety standards?
Cost is definitely something that is interesting in reducing as much as possible in order to have this new industry be affordable for everyone. But safety and scalability are definitely great points that autonomy can leverage and improve. If we look at the current number of pilots that are available, there are not that many pilots. So in order to really scale the operations, we need to increase the autonomy in order to enable more vehicles in the air.
Mm. And I think we were talking earlier, you were telling me about the contribution your technology makes throughout the flight phase, from taxiing to landing. And of course, the world's worst aviation accident involved a taxiing aircraft in Tenerife some years ago. Andreas, I'd just like to explore with you this playoff, this duality between safety and cost, or is that something in my mind? Can we not put a cigarette paper of difference between them, do you think?
Well, actually, I think everything what has been said, we can subscribe 100%. It's not about the business case only. It's about the predictability. What Gary was saying, that's a very good comment. We can fully identify with, as well as the safety aspect. But at the end of the day, if we do not manage to achieve a business case, and especially a reasonable pricing for the end consumer, there is no need for our industry, and we're not going to succeed. Because we shouldn't forget that what we are doing here is not innovative in the way how we bring people or cargo or goods from A to B. We have it since decades, and it's called helicopter. The issue with a helicopter is for sure the costs. I mean, if we look at cities like Sao Paulo, you have around 500 of these vehicles flying around every day. The innovation is that we use our technologies being available today in AI, in electrical mobility, in lightweight construction, and so many other areas to make this functional principle of a helicopter affordable for everybody. So it all ends up with the price at the end of the day.
So the logical conclusion of what you're saying is then that these aircraft must parallel the cost of an Uber. Else, why would you bother taking them?
Not parallel 100%, but not be significantly higher. That's for sure the goal. Otherwise, we are going to stay a niche market like the private helicopter market is today. But I think this is not the vision of UAM on the long term.
Yeah. Marc, the term Uber of the air has become something of a cliche. How far can autonomous aviation approach that parallel, that level of cost, that level of value chain?
So I think it depends on the the use case. I mean, I'm actually a believer of fixed wing leveraging existing infrastructure. I know there's been a lot of investments on the vertical lift side, and that's going to be a little bit of a long haul. If you look at what's really compelling, to go back to your question, right? Why do people invest so much money or in this space? It's just a confluence of two technologies that are coming together here. The ability to fly aircraft, without pilots on board these aircraft, on one end, and the other one is electrification, especially for regional distances. The confluence of these factors really allows you to not only significantly reduce operating costs of these vehicles in terms of operating costs associated with the pilot, operating costs associated with fuel, traditionally what would go into fuel and maintenance, but it also allows you to scale. It's something that, because you're like, well, people could do air taxi networks today using existing aircraft. There's been a few companies that have been trying to fly SR-22s, for example. But it's really challenging to scale these types of networks cost efficiently and with the number of available commercial pilots out there. So yeah, I do think we're actually pretty close. And when I say pretty close, it's definitely within this decade that we'll be looking at the ability, scalable air taxi networks that are price competitive with alternative mode of transportation, meaning ground. Doesn't have to be the same price because you're getting a lot of utility by being able to fly a lot faster.
But it can't be much higher either, can it? As Andreas was saying.
And it's if you run the math, it's not going to be much higher. If you're designing your network appropriately, if you're minimizing dead miles or dead legs appropriately, because that's a huge cost factor there. You can get very competitive with the alternative, with ground-based ground taxis.
So does anyone have a view whether this type of flight is more fuel efficient than conventional flight? Can anyone say anything about that? Marc, I think you had some comments about a low-cost carrier you were telling me about earlier.
Look, and we're quite focused on regional mobility, so typically distances that are below 300-400 miles, and at those ranges, electrification becomes very practical. And just look, an electric aircraft, is much more efficient than current either gas turbine engines or even piston aircraft. It's an efficient powertrain. Of course, you're paying penalty in terms of batteries, but it's a very efficient powertrain, and the maintenance costs are also very very low. So you can the overall, yes, you are more efficient than typical aircraft today. You're emission free, which is a big win, and you can and you're also quieter. I mean, there's just a lot of benefits that just come together here at the same time.
Gary and Andreas, I've got one propeller on my 60-year-old Super Cub, which I hope keeps turning when I'm using it. You've got many more propellers and lift devices. Isn't that multiple opportunities to fail, Gary?
No, actually, our design is quite simple. So it's actually the lift fan is integrated with the motor. So it's actually one part. So we only have 12. We have 12 fans, 12 engines, if you will. We only have 12 moving parts on the aircraft. And so, and they're designed such that we can have redundancy if one does fail. So you're not single threading on a single propulsion system. You've got redundancy actually built into the system. So I think that part is key. And I think most of the eVTOL vendors also have quite a bit of redundancy built into theirs, but our architecture is a little bit different in terms of how we're doing our lift mechanism.
Andreas, what's built into your system?
Well, it depends about which one we are talking. We have several of them. We have multi-copter systems, we have fixed wing systems, but our serial model, which is operating right now in our domestic market in Asia, is the 216 model, and it's a multi-rotor system with 16 rotors where each and one of them is connected with its own individual electrical engine, which is again connected with its own individual battery. So you have 16 closed and isolated electrical cycles. So if one has an issue, it doesn't affect the others per se. And 4 rotors can stop working, whereas the aircraft is still staying safely up in the air. And that's for sure one of the most important layers of redundancy we're having, among many others.
Okay. And Claire, how do you think, well, what are the major hurdles and obstacles that need to be overcome to speed the autonomy journey? We've talked about some, we talked about regulation, possibly finance isn't one of them at the moment, but public acceptance. Talk us through what you see as the hurdles to overcome.
So at Airbus, our top priorities are the safety of the aircraft operation and the sustainable growth of the aircraft industry. So we don't see any of this as a barrier for the autonomy. Autonomy is seen not as a target in itself, but as an enabler, as a technology that we are pursuing in it, as well as other technologies like electrification, propulsion, and materials. We are working very closely with regulators, and the whole industry is working as one in order to ensure that the public fully understands what we are doing and why we are doing it, and that the regulators also provide us with regulation that fully ensure the safe operations of the autonomous aircraft, with putting stringent regulations that are not too constraining for the industry. So the whole industry is working on that, and we are fully transparent on what we are doing and how we are doing it. And with that, we are gaining more and more public acceptance. I do believe that public acceptance, regulations, and technology is something that come all together. By developing technologies, we are able to gain public acceptance and also to educate the regulators and develop regulations at the same time. Everything is something that is coming together, and I don't see any of this as a barrier.
Okay, thank you for that. Luuk, let me just ask you what you see the biggest hurdle. Is it technological, is it detect and avoid, or is it regulatory? How would you sum that up?
So I think the technologies are coming together. I think the safety story is being worked on. You know, there's lots of money, and the public acceptance will follow. And we find the regulatory authorities to be very willing and listening and interested to help this move forward. So actually So I noticed this before in my career, that if you do, cutting edge type of things, it's more that there's 2 types of attitudes you bump into, which are really the barriers. So it's none of the 3 things you mentioned. It's first the people who say, oh, we're already doing this. We don't need urban air mobility because we already have helicopters and we don't need any of your, or, we're already flying electric. So why do you bother developing some, or, aircraft are already autonomous. So why bother with the Daedalean trying to make an autonomous pilot? We already have that. So then it is crucial to completely ignore these people, except when they're right. That's actually a subtle point. And then you bump into the second barrier of people, which are the people who say, "Oh, it's never going to work," and often they are the same people. So after you ignore the people, say, "Oh, we already fly autonomously," and then you say, "Okay, but then we can do without a pilot." "Oh no, that's not going to work. Because I'm the pilot and I'm irreplaceable." And then I find actually that you also have to ignore these people except when they're right. And then I find it interesting that, for example, to take the pilots, in my experience, which is statistically not representative, the more experienced the pilot, the more he or she will admit that they can totally be replaced by a machine. So we take some comfort for that. We firmly believe that it is possible to create robots that fly better and safer in every measurable way than humans, if you do it right, which is also, you first have to do this right. And then it's a matter of ignoring the people that say, we're already doing that, and the people that say, it's never going to work. And these are, in my experience, always the greatest obstacles.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move to some questions from our audience. We have a question from Bill Johnson for Marc. Should there be standards for electronic C2 commands from ATC to unmanned, unpiloted vehicles to eliminate the need for human translation done by Xwing? Marc, how do you answer that?
The answer is yes. We need to move away from, I don't know how old the ATC system is today, this voice over VHF. I mean, we're not going to, we still need to support legacy aircraft that fly out there, right? That have standard radios on board. But we're never going to be able to scale in the airspace if we keep the system as is. It makes a lot of sense to move to data links. I mean, there's a few efforts that are on the way today. CPDLC is a data protocol that's been used to replace, air traffic voice commands through a data protocol. It's been deployed. It needs a lot more work to cover all the gamut of the interactions that an air traffic controller has with an aircraft. There's some interesting work that's going on the UTM side as well for small drones below 400 feet. They're looking to see how they could expand that to the rest of the airspace. Some people, we'll see which side wins in the end. But there's no doubt if we want to see if you want to start peppering the sky with aircraft, we need to rethink the way air traffic control is done.
Gary, what's your take on air traffic control and how we integrate the new generation of aircraft within an old and apparently sometimes creaky system?
Yeah, no, fair point. I think there's actually a great opportunity for what we would call a service provider to basically be responsible for managing our corridors. Call it the 1,500 feet AGL to 5,000 feet AGL, manage that set of corridor and feed that into existing ATC systems. Mm-hmm. I don't think existing ATC systems are going to be able to handle the load. That just aren't designed for that. And so you're going to have somebody that's a broker that is deconflicting traffic, that is responsible for managing it. They'll be obviously authorized by the regulatory authority in whatever country they're flying. But we see actually a very interesting opportunity. And there are companies now for UTM that are in the space that are doing that, but that has to progress up to the AAM market for this to be successful.
Okay. Another question, an anonymous question. This one, we'll start off with Andreas on this one. How much percentage of money goes for environmental protection? And within that, I'm going to include noise pollution, which of course is critical for these technologies. Andreas.
Well, that's a very interesting question, and actually it's quite difficult for me to define a percentage here because at the end of the day, I think the percentage would be quite large though, because environmental protection is in the core of eVTOLs because it's electric. The question is how is the energy produced which we're using, but this is also our issue, but none we can really solve. When it comes to noise pollution, actually, I think there is a big misunderstanding or the wrong prejudice out there in the market. I mean, when you live in a city and you hear a helicopter flying above your apartment, it can be quite disturbing. But compared to the noise level of a helicopter, at least our solutions, and I'm sure from others in the market as well, are much less noisy. We reach a level of 74 decibel right now, which is far beyond the truck. If you take the European Union market, the max regulation for truck noise is at 95 decibel, and we're far below that even today already, and we can push it further down. So when you're operating in the noise level of a city, you're not going to hear it, and maximum in the area where you start and land. But as soon as you're up at a certain height, it's not going to be an issue.
Okay, Anne-Claire, how much does environmental protection inform Wayfinder's decision-making processes?
So at Wayfinder, we are operating in a very large company, which is Airbus. And Airbus does a lot of effort in order to increase the environmental protection by developing alternative propulsion, safe materials, and developing also electrification. At Wayfinder itself, we are integrating in this very large environment, and we are focusing on autonomous technologies.
Okay. Marc, the Cessna Caravan has very many fans, but it isn't known for being very quiet, is it?
It's not, and it's flying into a lot of remote airports that that have already sorted some of these noise emissions to some extent. So, I mean, look, aviation is a dirty industry, as in from an emission standpoint. There's no doubt, and we can do a lot better. We again, going back to the regional for regional trips, there's really no reason for us to not move to a fully electric platforms in a fairly near term here. And most of the flights that we do commercially on the still piloted typically take 45 minutes to an hour. These are 45 minutes to an hour legs. There's 1,500 cargo feeder flights that take place in the US on a daily basis. And right now, the bulk of those could be converted to, or could be handled by electric aircraft, not with, pie in the sky type of technologies that are yet to be invented, but we can get to those ranges using fixed wing aircraft and those type of flight times using fixed wing aircract in the next few years. It's not, and so we see no reason why you can't decarbonize this whole industry. I would just point out also that the technology that's been invested here in automating these aircraft also can make them a lot more efficient in flight. So by having a computer fly, you can optimize trajectories, you can optimize engine operating points, you can optimize the aircraft's envelope to operate at peak efficiency, and that reduces energy usage whether you're flying electric or a gas turbine engine. So either way, lots of improvements are coming up, and it's very motivating for us.
Okay, in the closing few minutes, I'd like to ask each of you if you could give us a sense of where you think autonomy or self-flying aircraft will be in the next 5 years and in the next 10 years. Starting with you, Luuk, please.
Oh, so I think in 5 years, most of the aviation already exists today has moved to simplified operations. And if urban air mobility has taken off, most people will have started with extremely simple operations for their air taxis. And I think in 10 years, either we are in the massive disappointment phase that the self-driving industry sees at this point, or we will be flying fully autonomous.
Okay, thank you for being brief. Gary, your 5 and 10 view, please.
Yeah, sure. So thanks, Luuk. Always entertaining. I think
it's up or under.
In 5 years, you're going to see. I think you'll see piloted eVTOL come out, and most of the people in the industry are charging down that path. It relates back to the safety and the cost conversation. The reason we are driving down the full self-flying path is to be able to drive the cost down, be able to have a safer experience, and be able to offer an UberX-like pricing model for the masses. And so I think that's absolutely critical. So the 10-year view, I think this is all self-flying. I think that's the prize. It's it's again. Andreas, his company is doing the same thing. We're driving straight to self-flying because that is the prize, and that's where we see the market going.
Yeah. Okay. And Claire, 5 and 10, both with pilots, we know that, or at least one pilot on the flight deck. Can you give us a view of that?
So at Wayfinder, we are responsible for developing the technology so that the technology is ready whenever Airbus and the whole industry are ready to deploy them. So the next step is indeed to put one single pilot on the aircraft, and this pilot will be responsible once again, as he is today, for the safety of the aircraft operation. But his work would be alleviated. The most repetitive tasks would be removed in order for the pilot really to focus on the most strategic decision, as well as ensuring the safety of the operation as he's currently doing.
How are you going to convince consumers that one pilot is safe? I mean, we've seen so many films where one of the pilots eats the prawns and gets incapacitated. How are you going to win that acceptance battle?
So it's definitely true that in order to ensure that single pilot operations are safe, we need to definitely increase the level of autonomy and introduce new autonomous technologies. And being fully transparent on what we are doing and how we are doing that ensures that the public acceptance will be there whenever Airbus introduces single pilot operations.
Okay, Andreas?
Well, frankly speaking, I think we totally will operate with different paces globally. So to answer your question, it depends about which region we are talking about. And I'm sure you see continents or areas where we progress faster here, whereas we will see areas where we progress slower. And we can see the same in the autonomous driving area. One thing I know for sure, autonomous flying will be there before autonomous driving. Here I'm 100% convinced, and I just can repeat what I said initially, that in this whole discussion shouldn't be kept in two extremes: piloted in the ordinary understanding of having a pilot on the vehicle versus and then the anonymous dangerous AI, which is totally out of control. Here we are totally, let's say, pushing in the wrong direction, and let's focus on the area and the spot in between. So you have AI assisted, you have levels of automatized flights, you have pilots which are on the ground and maybe not on the aircraft. And here I think we continuously, looking at the whole globe, we continuously gear up on this stream.
Okay, I see Luuk shifting uncomfortably in his seat and grimacing. Is that because of what you just heard, or?
Well, so when I hear that the dangerous black box AI, that's that's this trope, this misconception that there's this this technology that nobody understands, which incidentally is also why it's not certifiable, and that's the scary thing. And what if it decides to kill us all? That's a very Hollywood and primitive type of thinking about what AI is. We can start by not calling it AI. We can start by calling it machine learning and proper engineering, and taking away some of these preconceptions. And then it's a lot less scary. It's just a system that does what the human used to do, only better. So.
If you allow me to comment here, I fully agree with Luuk. I fully agree with Luuk. The problem is that in the public perception, which is not from the expert community, a lot of people think like that, and this is why we need to take it serious. And I agree with you. Maybe we should start calling it differently.
Well, so this is part of you have to ignore the right kind of people so that you can make progress, and then the public acceptance will follow. I'm quite sure if we objectively fly safer and better with the machine than with a primate at the controls, the acceptance will follow.
It's a novel strategy, ignoring criticism in the 21st century. But now I take the point. Gary, did you want to, before I move to Marc, Gary, did you want to say anything about this?
Well, this is an entertaining conversation, but as I said before, humans are going to be in the loop. We believe they'll be on the ground. That's not going to go away anytime soon. And so we're not going to have the full autonomous, Matrix, Blade Runner kind of world for quite some time. And so, but that's okay. The role of the pilot shifts. Instead of being in the cockpit, they're on the ground. They're monitoring flights. They don't have to monitor just one flight. They can monitor multiple flights. And so you just start to scale the system when you have that kind of capability. But I mean, I think, where they call it machine learning, you call it AI, it will be critical for the whole detect and avoid part of this system. And, like Luuk's company, which is doing some very interesting, innovative things. I mean, that whole sector is ripe for some interesting technology evolution. And, again, driving a safety case. We believe fundamentally this will be safer. And our mission, if you will, is to convince both regulators and the public of that fact, that this is a safer way of transporting without a pilot.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Marc, let's close with your views, your 5-year view, your 10-year view, please.
So in 5 years, we'll likely see a unmanned cargo aircraft fly regionally with remote operators on the ground. Will be that interface with air traffic controllers. You'll most likely also have, as Luuk mentioned, simplified vehicle operations on the vertical lift side. In 10 years, you can see pilotless passenger applications, both definitely on the regional side, and then potentially also on the urban air side. And then I'll leave it to Anne to say whether we'll have single pilot operations on some of these on the Part 25 aircraft. But that's somewhat likely as well.
Anne-Claire, do you want to come back on that, or have you already answered that question? I think you probably have.
I think we already answered that, and I do think that the job of the pilot in the next years would be definitely more enjoyable and more scalable.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think we'll wrap that up there. That'll be the last question. We talked quite a lot about pilots and piloting ability, and Luuk's comments about primates reminded me of my favourite film, The Battle of Britain, from the 1960s with Christopher Plummer and Michael Caine. In that film, one character says to another something that my chief flying instructor sometimes says to me: "You can teach monkeys to fly better than that." Well, maybe we're seeing computers going to do it, and AI, machine learning, doing it an awful lot better. My thanks to you, our speakers, Gary Gysin from Wisk, Anne-Claire Bihan from Wayfinder, Andreas Perotti from Ehang, Marc Piette from Xwing, and Luuk van Dijk from Daedalean AI. Thank you so much for sharing your views, and thank you to you, our audience. I'm Mike Stones, handing back to Al.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was a great panel. Welcome to you if you've just arrived to Revolution.Aero. It's amazing to have more than 1,000 people around the world, from Luanda to London to Lusaka to, I'm trying to think of another L. I'll come up with that while the next session's on. Delighted now to hand over to Filip Verhaeghe. Filip's the founder and CEO of Sol.One, where he and his team are building a next generation avionics platform. Filip has got a ridiculously cool CV. He started off designing spacecraft control systems, and he's been leading the avionics, aircraft avionics revolution over the last 30 years, and he founded Sol.One in 2008. So he's now going to take us through getting avionics certification automated. Hi, Filip. I'll hand over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. So indeed, I'm going to talk about the automation of avionics certification, specifically for urban air mobility. And urban air mobility is actually a new class. I don't have to convince you, but I really want to stress that the aircraft is different, but that also means the avionics is different. And so, first of all, of course, we have different engines. So having different engines means we have different engine controls. It also means we need different new kinds of visualizations in cockpit. But also the aircraft actually handles differently, which has a different autopilot result. It has a different flight management system. In fact, if you talk about the flight management, you have to look at the different operations that you're going to execute over a city. So you actually will need to change your avionics to fit better with that pilot experience. The pilot is expected to do not more, not less, different things in a UAM context. So that's the first thing. The traditional approach to, okay, I need a prime and flight display isn't going to work. But on top of that, actually, UAM have a higher complexity of avionics, because Well, as in the previous sessions discussed, we need higher autonomy if we need to get to good operational costs. Although initially we need to be piloted for certification, so we almost implicitly go for optionally piloted aircraft, designed for pilots, but the pilot can be removed. We're in a high traffic environment. We're going to have lots of these things over a small area. It's a big city, but still a small area. And we need very efficient ground operations. So what we basically are saying is, and we need a lot more computing on board than before, and also more security, because integral to the operations is the change of path, change of plans, and continuous air-ground communication. But on top of that, we're also extremely ambitious when it comes to time to market. We want these aircraft today, tomorrow, and in practice in a couple of years. But in traditional aerospace, where I come from, it takes 3 years to make an instrument. It takes 6 to 10 years to build an aircraft. And that is not the timescales we're talking about in UAM building aircraft. So we want to be more ambitious than the traditional aircraft, but we have more complexity and we have completely new designs. And on top of that, of course, we do want the highest safety. So the rules are still being defined. Inevitably, if it flies, well, if it drives too, but if it flies, it will have accidents, and this will change regulation. It will increase regulation most likely. So it's smart to go for a high certification. But on the other hand, you also need fast software evolution. These things are conflicting. So basically, avionics, it's not just taking an avionics, slapping some electric engines on and you're fine. Everything changes if you start from a redesign of your aircraft. So this is not the first time we're faced with this kind of problem. So I like to refer to the fact that 60 years ago, we were making chips by hand. And today, it would be completely inconceivable to build billions of transistors, to draw that manually, and then shrink that. It's the computer doing that. So what we need to do is to actually, overcome the complexity and enable that evolution by a completely new methodology. And so what we need first and foremost is fast development. We want to get things going. And in fact, we want to test early in simulation. If you have an autopilot, you don't want to risk the hardware on the bench, and eventually in the aircraft. You want to test as quickly as possible, continuous integration. But you also need fast certification because you don't want to be hit by that roadblock at the end of your project that is common in aerospace. And now you have a certification and you have to slap on a year because you underestimated that work. In fact, you also want certification for your test flights. It will make things a lot easier with the authorities. So continuous integration, great, but also continuous certification would be nice. And of course, we still want to be at the highest requirement. So that's where we want to be. So, but where are we now? So today, if you look at 178, which is the standard you need to comply with for software certification, it describes a V. And you can do the V agile, but in the end, you will need to do the work of the V. And you cannot verify something that's not yet developed. So that's why the V eventually comes out. In addition, you also have the ARP processes, which are at the system level. So traditionally, we were making software code, and you have to take into account that if you speak of high DAL, the actual coding isn't the biggest work. So going through the process is a lot more than coding only. So if you think I'm done, I have my software written, that's not really true. In fact, it may be the opposite, because anytime you start prototyping software without going through this process, you're wasting time. Because I say this to many people and nobody believes me until they've actually done certification, is like, if you make software that was not specifically written for certification, you're not going to be able to certify it. You have to really write for certification. Your code is structured differently. And so it's actually a misconception that we can slap on certification afterwards. You can't. You really Maybe you can reverse engineer some low-level requirements. Maybe you can refactor your code to comply with that. The design will be harder to justify. Did you make the right safety choices from the start? That'll be painful. But then deriving the high-level requirements from that and linking all that to the system requirements that were originally there, that's a nightmare. So make your life easy, start from the top. That's one thing. Another misconception I want to put out there is actually code generation is often looked at as the solution for this problem. But what you're doing there is you're taking graphical, typical low-level requirements and you're generating code. And that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. That will probably, if you have a good generator, it will eliminate your code review, but it will not eliminate your testing, right? You will still need to test your software. And in fact, most generators will require you to adapt the code to your platform and do some low-level coding there. So it helps, but it's not the solution we're looking for here in this paradigm shift. And that's why software is so expensive, by the way. So what do we do about that? What do we propose about this? So we're proposing Sol as a new methodology that actually completely automates design and as a result certification. And that saves you 80%, at least 80%, I would have to say, but truly 80% of your work that you do on a typical project. So why? Because you start from the system requirements, system design that's been written in English, and you translate that to the Sol as high-level requirements. Then that generates directly a binary file, and it also creates your certification evidence. So that combination is very important. The design is also, so your generation is also fully done. You don't have to tweak at the lowest level. Really, you go from high requirements to testing. More than that, we can actually measure if your system testing is doing a good job at testing your high-level requirements. So that completely changes the game, because now you can design and you can focus on the things that matter, because the thing that matters for your aircraft, those are the high-level requirements. All the rest is implementation, but the high-level requirements, that's what it does. And that's where you want to tweak. So focusing, and you can at any time generate, at any time you can run in simulation in your PC on target with a download button, or and you can test that hardware in the loop if you like. So of course your next question will be, yes, but EASA or FAA will never accept that. Well, that's the good news. We come from traditional aerospace, and we've been using this method for a number of years now. So the technology is approved by EASA for use as we say. So it really means, yes, these are high requirements. There's no discussion about that. Yes, you will not have to do a design. No, you will not have to do code coverage on your source code. There's no such thing as source code. So how would you do coverage in the first place? So this is a method truly approved. And that's not the whole story though. Software, that's great, but we're talking about avionics here. We're talking about the hard real-time stuff where we really need performance, and we're talking about sub-millisecond, nanosecond correctness in performance. So how do we do that? Well, when we generate a binary file, we have to make sure it's optimized for the target hardware. And we do that by actually providing target hardware ourselves. So the hardware is optimized, and good news for this conference at least is that we have optimized from the start our hardware for urban air mobility. That's what our focus has been. So we talked about the complexity of computing. So we know we want a quad-core processor. Yes, we auto-generate the software for a quad-core processor. You do not have to design the software. It will still take advantage of all that power. You're flying over a city, you'll need the maps of the city, you need restricted fly zones, keeping all that in memory. So you need RAM that's serious and of course protected. You're going to put these computers next to a battery and you're going to put them next to electric engines. So you're going to need EMC protection. You're going to run on batteries, so low power, low weight, You need fast ground operations. So wouldn't it be great if you have a Daedalean computer that actually had Wi-Fi on board? When you land, you can quickly down and upload data. And when you're in the air, you can use 4G, still in a Daedalean computer. And to make things even better, if you're doing a test flight, you're going to hit some hiccups and you won't be able to reproduce them because that's how it works. You try, it's always hard. So be able to do full flight recording on a 1 terabyte additional storage that's separate from the main secure storage actually also helps a lot. So all of these options, we provide a family of hardware for that. It's airborne DO160 with the highest capabilities, DO254 certified hardware Daedalean. But the story is still not done, because that's great. But we were talking about optionally piloted aircraft. Now, the first thing you do if you optionally pilot an aircraft is you don't remove the pilot, you just put him on the ground. You have a pilot on the ground for your aircraft. So that means your cockpit is moving, but on the ground, you want to have a seat, you want to have a rack mount computer. So what we did in addition is we created a rack mount Daedalean certified computer that takes care of the things you might not think about initially. Like, okay, if you're on the ground, you don't have a weight on wheels. So how do you go to maintenance mode safety? So we have front switches with protection, all of those kinds of things. So airborne, ground-based, both the same Sol application running in different contexts. So that gives you the ability to quickly make the software, quickly deploy, test, and move in the future. And this slide here, I really just want to make the point that we're doing this in operation. And we're doing this for many kind of things. This varies from we can do engine control, we can do path planning, we can do a flight management system, terrain avoidance, and of course also visualization. So everything you need to make a visual cockpit is also present in Sol. So whatever the avionics application is, well, we've done something like it before, and in any case, it is possible in Sol. Okay, so that's the introduction to what we do, and I think the rest would be great if we could have a discussion about it. If you have still questions after that, Chris van der Plas will be there to answer, and of course, you can contact me as well, or you can visit our website. So that was the brief introduction. I'm leaving some time for our
Q&A.
Yes.
Thanks, Filip. That was great. Really interesting. Your estimate of code costing between $20 and $100 per line, do you know of any other industry where it's that expensive?
No. Well, in space, you have one-offs. So it is, of course, more expensive. Aerospace is, but within the category of products that repeat and are in families built at this time, no. It's the most expensive business. It's also the most regulated business, so that goes hand in hand.
And of that $100, how much can you work out how much of that is the cost of meeting regulation, or is it just embedded in the whole thing?
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit the point I'm trying to make, is that you can't separate the one from the other. If you want to meet regulation, you really have to be from the start aware of it. You actually have to write system requirements, what you think the instrument should do. You make an aircraft design that actually defines what the safety criteria are, and from there you work on down. And you have to do all that work, which is not coding. So separating one from the other is actually hard. I wouldn't do it, honestly, because I think people who think that software coding is the core are missing the real problem. And again, I think you have to talk to somebody who has gone through the pain of actually certifying stuff to understand the difference.
So in I think your first or second slide, you had a chart that I think will scare a lot of investors, where you've gone in the past, it traditionally takes 2 years to design an aircraft and 8 years to get it certificated. And I know you've been involved in a lot of large aircraft, a lot of business jets, a lot of airliners. EVA or UAM OEMs being realistic that they can do it in half that time?
I'll just say that people from the industry are very critical about that. I do think that we're providing part of the way forward. So I think if your options are basically going COTS, so commercial off the shelf, having a pre-designed thing that you're reusing, it's not going to work. We've made very specific designs, and trying to integrate traditional instruments is always not so easy. So if you go the traditional way, I would argue you won't make it. And just to give an example, the Boeing 878, so the Boeing was actually, it was 2 years late, and it had a $5 billion cost overrun. And it was managed, honestly, by good program managers. These guys know what they're doing. The F-35, what is 5 years delay, $100 billion is attributed to software and certification woes. So no, people are not being realistic if they think they're going to wing it. But that doesn't mean there's no solutions, right? So that's...
And actually, and that's a fundamental point. And I know that everyone out there with the program has got this. We've heard from Gary in the last panel. I know Wisk has been looking at this for a long time, and more than 10 years Gary's been involved. But software is king in all this, isn't it? It's not just about the hardware is obvious, but actually it's what's under there, what's inside it is the king.
Yeah, well, you can see it in our own offering as well. The hardware you can once certify and reuse. That's something you can do. But when it comes to software, we don't know the operational case enough. We don't know regulation enough. And with that comes the safety case. What do you expect it to do? And that changes quite a bit. From experience of doing projects with aircraft, once you go into test flight, and especially once you have the authorities looking over, there's many remarks on how things should be different or better or whatever. And that's really a lot of work to get that. So evolution in your project, it seems like delay is built into avionics. It's like first you have to certify to be able to do a test flight, and as soon as you do a test flight, everything has to change. So and you go back to the V in the top because you have to change your system requirements and go all the way back down. So that's just the nature of things. I think that's why I would like to point back 60 years is, if we were doing manual chip design, we couldn't make it either. It's a concept change that we need.
Brilliant. Filip, thanks so much. I think that's a really thought-provoking session, so we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
And if you want to know more, that was Filip of Sol.One. Fantastic. It's amazing when you dig down, it just gets more and more complex. We're delighted that Sol.One was our sponsors, as was Pillsbury. And so let's have a quick video from Pillsbury. Welcome back to Revolution.Aero. One of the topics that's come up a lot over the last 2 days is hydrogen. Well, sustainability has been throughout. We've talked a lot about hydrogen. We're now delighted to have a panel looking at this, and I'm handing over now to Mona Dajani, who's head of Pillsbury's renewable energy practice in New York. Mona's qualified in both New York and English law and is also an engineer, so perfect for this. Mona, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are delighted to be here today. We are delighted to share with your audience we have some expert panelists. That's going to be fascinating. And what we'd like to talk about today is hydrogen and in aviation. So first, I'd like to introduce my panelists. I don't know if can we show them? because I'm not, oh, here we are. Okay. Great. We have some rock star panelists that I am really super excited to introduce. And they will talk about, introduce themselves, a little bit about their respective companies. As was noted at the beginning of the show here on the panel, I am the head of the Renewable Energy Practice Group here. We are extremely active in hydrogen. We are putting these deals together for different companies in the space. But we'd like to, first of all, let's talk about who we have with our rock stars. Let's start with Michael, and then go to Val, and then Andy. Andy, you're on mute.
Hey,
yeah.
Thank you, Mona. Appreciate the invitation and the ability to participate on the panel today. My name is Michael Tritt. I'm the president of Lane Power and Energy Solutions. We are a specialty engineering and construction firm that designs underground caverns for both hydrocarbon and hydrogen. Actually, we're one of we're the only firms in the world that has experience with actually developing and constructing a hydrogen cavern. The last one that is done down in Spindletop in Texas. I'm an engineer by training. I'm also a pilot, and so this conference and this topic is very close to my heart, and I'm really excited to especially hear what Val's doing on the zero emissions for aviation. So, Mona, once again, thank you for having me on the panel.
Thank you, Michael. Val, all the way from Russia, right?
All the way from Russia right now, but we have offices. We have 4 offices in different places, most notably UK and US. So my background is physics, originally from Russia, and then moved to the United States about 25 years ago. I got my PhD in physics from Princeton, then spent some time at McKinsey, Google, and started my previous company in the zero emission ground transportation. And sold it 4 years ago to a large utility, and that's when I started Zero Avia, and we're revolutionizing aviation, commercial aviation, with our hydrogen electric power plants.
Great, Val. Andy, love to hear from you.
Yes, I'm Andy Marsh, also an engineer and the CEO of Plug Power for the last 13 years. And Plug Power developed the first commercial market for fuel cells. It's a NASDAQ listed company, and we are in the process of building out the first green hydrogen network across the United States, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion today.
Great. Well, let's start off with, each of you are coming from a different vantage point. So what I'd like to do is let's start out with what you're seeing as trends in hydrogen in your particular, with your companies. Let's start with you, Andy.
Sure. So I think what you're seeing, and it's broad, and aviation is just really a small part of what's going on. I think folks are beginning to understand in applications where assets are really used heavily that fuel cells have unique advantages versus batteries. So you see work around the world. For example, Plug has a JV with Renault to build vehicles in Europe. So you're seeing in the vehicle space, you're seeing all sorts of activities in some very difficult spaces to decarbonize, such as making ammonia, which is really critical in the industrial space, or heat for concrete or steel. So the demand and interest in fuel cells and hydrogen, I've been doing this for 13 years, and it's astonishing what's going on around the world. So, it's a really exciting time in the hydrogen space. And I think it's tied to two really items when it comes to what I'll call vehicles. I think when folks look at electrification, many folks believe electrification is lower cost than traditional engines. And I think the second item is the push around the world to meet the Paris Accords has really accelerate the acceptance and demand for hydrogen and fuel cells in a wide variety of different applications.
Thank you, Andy. Val, do you have anything you'd like to, maybe a little more focused on what you're doing in aviation?
Yeah, absolutely. And in aviation, we actually think this is one of the easiest to think about applications of hydrogen because nothing else will really work. So we're not that bullish on batteries. We're not that bullish on hybrids. We're not that bullish on even sustainable, aviation fuels because of the expense and the fact that only the CO2 portion of the equation is going to get solved through that at best, and that's less than half of the total impact from aviation. So really, it's about hydrogen. And once you think about hydrogen, then the hydrogen fuel cell-based or hydrogen electric-based approach is the best approach because of the efficiency and the way to manage the water vapor exhaust and all those things, right? So it's really a no-brainer for aviation market to do this. Right, and it's different from a lot of other markets out there. Even the heavy-duty trucking, for example, you could do things with batteries. Right, it's just going to cost you a little bit of payload and a little bit on commercial side, but you could physically do it. For a commercial aircraft of, let's say, 50 or 70 seat size, you just cannot do it any other way. So we think that aviation is this no-brainer application that needs to be done, and really this industry is a huge sustainability problem for everybody, for all the countries that want to become zero emission, want to become net zero by 2050. 2050 is tomorrow for aviation. So we think we're in a really good place there.
Great, thank you. Michael, do you have anything you want to see from your space, from the storage?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I said before, we specialize in hydrocarbon cavern storage and hydrogen cavern storage. So you're talking about very large quantities of hydrogen. And it's not so much what the immediate need is right now, but what is that need going to be in 5 to 10 years from now, as we see the transportation sector build out, as we see the power generation sector build out. And, traditionally, they're only, and one thing that I always want to make clear on all the panels that we talk on is there's nothing scary about hydrogen. People get confused. They think it's more dangerous than other things. It's not. We've been storing hydrogen and putting it in pipelines for the past 60 or 70 years. So there's really no trick to it at all. There's no special metallurgy. It's just some different welding procedures when we join pipes and do things like that. There are only 6 hydrogen caverns in the world, 3 in England and 3 in the US. And that's because, right now it's been only used in industrial applications. But as we see this going out, my company and particularly my partner, Tim Reichwein, who I affectionately refer to as the godfather of caverns, we're developing some technology to put it in hard rock caverns, which has never been done before, but it is technically feasible. So we've got some proprietary designs that we are working on right now. We've got small scale applications as well that can be expanded out as the needs expand out. So it's really all of our projects in the underground space usually take 4 to 5 years to gestate anyway. So as we look down to the future, this is why we're having these conversations now, and very excited to be part of it, especially on the aviation side. I come from a long line of pilots, starting with my grandfather. So I've got a 70-year history in aviation with my family. So to see the next evolution of this come through, it's very cool.
That's awesome. That's great. I just want to say that I want our audience members to know that, although the focus on this panel is going to be more on aviation, we, Pillsbury and myself, we've worked on deals on hydrogen all over the world with different applications. We're working on projects with iron and steel, where it's a solution for clean power to fuel hydrogen-based iron making and steel. We worked on a number of deals in the maritime shipping sector, which is a very hard to abate sector. And there's a lot of research and development to decarbonize all segments, And then I think probably the most right now that seems the most promising but is, again, all these different applications are still taking off, is in transportation. And we are, with the upcoming limitations on the CO2 emissions from heavy-duty vehicles to aviation, and the where there is a very high density of hydrogen, makes it really suitable for heavy-duty transport. So we are working on a number of deals where in heavy-duty transport with trucks and with buses and with big mining equipment, et cetera, so that we can drive to more of a low-carbon society. So I'm going to ask a question to, I'm going to start with Val. Why do you think aviation needs hydrogen?
Well, as I mentioned, right, it's clear that aviation needs something that is better than jet fuel. I think that's a given. And once you accept that, then really you don't have any other choice but going hydrogen. The only question that you might have is, and that's playing out in a lot of forums right now, is well, do you take that hydrogen and produce synthetic fuels and then burn in the existing engines, or you take that hydrogen and then store it on board the aircraft, maybe with the great tanks that Michael is building, and then run the fuel cell or a turbine on the aircraft, right? So, but at any rate, any serious discussion about commercial aviation going zero emission is going to be from hydrogen.
Andy, I know you have views on this too. Let's hear from you.
I've never been a purist about anything in the energy transition space. I do think for very, very long distance flights, sustainable aviation fuel will have a position. I think anything that's regional and medium distance, I think hydrogen, from both, many of the issues that Val brings up from an energy density, from a weight point of view, I think hydrogen's the right solution. I think there is an argument, if you're talking about flying taxis, that batteries, that there can be a position. And quite honestly, I've been a member of the Hydrogen Council since the founding over 5 years ago. And, lots of work we've done with McKinsey and others. And that's kind of the space that the 100 of us who are a member of the council at the CEO level have really outlined for where we think it is. But look, we've put our own money to work behind hydrogen in the aerial space. We've made an investment in universal hydrogen. We're developing products and using it as a technology to make our own products lighter and more efficient, not only for aerial, but for other applications. So we think it's a hot space and we strongly support it. And we're also building a hydrogen network across the US, and I hope to sell this space a lot of hydrogen in time.
Great. That's great. Well, let's talk about another very important point for, using hydrogen. And that is, it's been around for a long time, almost 100 years. And now people are waking up to the benefits, but there's some challenges. And probably one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in the hydrogen space as a transactional lawyer putting these deals together is scale. And how do we scale when there are very high costs? So one of the ways that we do is we encourage our clients to do strategic partnerships, and we find partners that can bring different advantages to the value chain. Let's start with you, Michael. Maybe do you have any reaction to that? And let's go around, because I know all of you have had very successful partnerships. And Andy, there's one I want you to talk about too with Universal Hydrogen. But let's start with you, Michael, and let's talk about this. This is a very important.
Absolutely. And Mona, given our past transactional relationship, this has been a layup question to me because you've been instrumental in setting up some of these strategic partnerships with me. So I really appreciate that. But it is critical. We've been having a lot of discussions, especially with OEM manufacturers of equipment, on how we do this and how we're going to scale up and getting involved at a very early stage to talk about the strategy that they can. I mean, like, as I said before, we don't really need the large scale storage now, but we will. In 5 to 10 years from now, it's going to become critical to create hydrogen nodes, whether that at airports, what Andy's doing with his work. And Andy, we can talk about storage later too, a little plug aside. I'd be happy to help you out with that. It's something I didn't mention before in my bio. I was just recently appointed to the National Petroleum Council by the Secretary of Energy and put on a committee that's being formed up now to study hydrogen as it relates into the current current framework of how we develop fuels and what this next transition is going to look like. So it is critical. What Andy's doing on the Hydrogen Council, the collaboration, and the key, to getting the cost down, per kilogram, which others are working on. So yeah, your point is spot on. I mean, these strategic relationships and the sharing of information and putting these plans together is critical to seeing this rolled out, and particularly in aviation, which it's exciting.
Thank you, Michael. Andy, can we talk about universal hydrogen?
Sure. No, I would just mention, Mona, I agree with you on partnerships, and I'll talk about universal hydrogen. But, I have a JV with Renault in France about transportation. I have a very broad JV with SK in South Korea on hydrogen generation, where they invested $1.6 billion directly into Plug Power. But universal hydrogen is kind of the other end of the spectrum. It is a technology play. And, when we decide to gaseous hydrogen and liquid hydrogen, and we looked and said that business plan makes sense. And, the main business plan is conversion of regional flights, propeller planes today for the future. And we've looked at that business model and said we liked it. We were one of the early investors in their Series A round. We're developing fuel cells for their product. And, quite honestly, they're driving our technology to be better for other applications, as well as the fact that when we look at it, great opportunity to sell fuel. Looking to be working with them to do the first regional testing of flights in 2025. And we like it because we see that there's a roadmap to do short-term, really verification of the technology and the application for a much bigger business model in the future. So we're very bullish on Universal. They know a lot about aviation. We know a lot about fuel cells and hydrogen. I think it's a great partner for Plug Power to be working with.
Val, do you have anything that you want to share with us? And that was very interesting, Andy. Thank you.
Yeah, so on the partnership side, of course, and Andy already talked about some of the infrastructure elements. Of course, these are super important. That's why we have Shell as one of our investors, and of course, partners on the fuel infrastructure side. Shell is, of course, the largest supplier of traditional aviation fuels today, with relationships all over the world with the airlines and airports. So that's quite important for us. They're also one of the largest producers of green hydrogen today, and perhaps the largest producer of hydrogen overall for their refinery business, as well for their refinery process. So really an interesting partner. And then on the operator side, we have some great deep partnerships with a passenger operator, British Airways, who's an investor and a partner, and Amazon as one of the largest freight operators, and a partner and investor.
Yeah, so as we've seen from our panelists, I think that what we're seeing real time is that these strategic partnerships, whether they're in technology or they're in with geographic location, whether the one has more advantages in terms of skilled workforce. That is really one of the keys to success for hydrogen and trying to bring costs down in order to scale. I next want to move to something that's also very important to the acceleration of hydrogen is the H2 strategy, like policy strategies. And we've seen in Europe, for example, there's about 6-7 countries now that have officially adopted a hydrogen strategy. You know, these include Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Norway, and we have 6 countries, and also the UK. We also have 6 countries that are working on a national strategy in Europe. We also see that there is also a H2 policy strategy adoption in Tokyo, in Seoul in South Korea, in Canada, and in China. And, you know, we're seeing that what do we, I want to ask each of you, because you're all having American companies now, even though you may not be here now or have other offices. Let's talk about what you think is needed. And I'm going to start with you, Andy, because I know you're the professor on this. What are some of the strategies, policy support that you think that here in the U.S. that we should be doing?
So Mona, I am the chairman of the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Energy Association for the U.S. And we've been promoting, and I'm going to talk about green hydrogen specifically.
Okay.
We have been strong promoters of a production tax credit for green hydrogen, which would be $3 a kilogram, which would make it very, very competitive with natural gas generated hydrogen today. That bill is supported. So that bill was introduced in the Senate by Senator Carper, as well as there are other bills by Senator Heinrich that have been going around, and it's been incorporated into the Wyden finance plan. So I think as many folks, maybe not international, the 2 big committees in the U.S. are finance as well as Ways and Means in the House. And the same bill and structure for this level of credit for green hydrogen is being prepared in Ways and Means bills being led by Richie Neal, who heads that committee. I've spoken with the White House directly. They are strong supporters of green hydrogen and this type of tax credit. And then, you know, so there is, you know, we expect that there's a good chance when, I would say in reconciliation, that green hydrogen, a significant tax credit will be in place, which we think will be a great generator. And I'll just end it with a lot of us in the industry, I suspect Michael may be one of them, we're all working on the Earth Shot, where the U.S. government and the Biden administration, we're all responding to RFPs that really drive how you can make green hydrogen under $1 a kilogram by 2030. So all of us are committed in the industry to work with the federal government to make this happen. So that's what I've been doing on it, Mona, with about 60 other companies and some great people.
That sounds great. Val, it sounds like, tell us your thoughts.
No, it's absolutely important, and thank you, Andy, very much for driving that work. Definitely super important, super important. And I think you know, we've been pushing quite a bit on the government relations side as well. So in California, for example, we helped bring aviation fuels into the scope of low carbon fuel standard credit system. That was done, I think, in 2019 in September. Aviation fuels were were put into that program as well, which, by the way, with the current carbon credit prices, amounts to about $3.50 per kilo. if you can prove the zero emission production or renewable production of hydrogen. So it's getting at that level. So we need to effectively expand that program everywhere, and everywhere for aviation means not just in the United States, right? Because this is by construction an industry that is international, right? You have aircraft, even if you talk about just medium range, you have aircraft departing, let's say Portland and landing in Vancouver, and it crosses the border, right? And then you need uniform policies across the world so that people don't tanker fuel and don't do things that they shouldn't be doing. So that consistent policy throughout the world, or at least the bordering countries, is very important for us. And we're also looking at things around specific for aviation. How the taxation is made. If you fly a lot and you look at your ticket prices, you'll see that often, especially internationally, half of your ticket price is various taxes and gate fees and whatnot, right? So a good amount of work can be actually done through driving some of those additional taxes and fees preferentially for zero emission aviation. That will, of course, affect predominantly hydrogen, because, again, back to my point that I made a couple of times already, nothing else will really work. So that's what will help us.
Thanks, Val. Michael, I don't know, do you have anything to add? We've heard a lot from Andy and Val.
Yeah, no, both the guys hit the nail right in the head. You need to have hydrogen on parity with other renewable fuels. In the refining sector, it's got to have, it's got to get RIN eligible. There needs to be, investment tax credits, production tax credits, for the development and production of hydrogen, all the things. And, these guys are talking about on the state and the federal level, all that needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just add, just to amplify what everyone here is saying. What I think is key is definitely having government support. Some of the things that I'm working on with the Department of Energy, Department of Transportation, and the Biden administration is pipeline access and FERC regulatory clearing that, because right now it's not a very clear path from a regulatory perspective on, especially because I represent a lot of oil and gas majors, blending in the pipeline. So so I want to say that we're working on some with FERC and individual state regulatory agencies, primarily in California, and others primarily out west, on trying to help with clearing up some of the regulatory hurdles that are unknown at this point, that we're working with and that we're doing well. There's also been, as Andy mentioned and Michael, there's a tremendous push for a production tax credit, which is very much used right now with wind. And we're also seeing, and I'm putting deals together where we're combining wind with solar and hydrogen, primarily in the offshore space. We're working on projects right now outside of the US and Europe, but it's very exciting, and I expect that to happen here in the United States too as well, because it seems like we're starting to ramp up on offshore wind. Another one is that right now RIN credits are not, they're not eligible at this point, so we're working on that. And I think, as Val mentioned, we are with the LCFS as well. That's another big push that we're doing. With the Department of Treasury, with the global carbon pricing, we're calling it, that would be a tremendous push, I think, for hydrogen. So before we end, I wanted to, because we only have a few minutes left, I wanted to just ask each of you, before we left, if you had any quick last thoughts. We have 2 minutes left, so just quickly for our audience members, and I'll just say also that we are, because we had such a rock star panel, I opted not to do Q&A, but if you want to contact any of us, go to the platform, and our contact details are there. So, last words, Andy.
I would just say for your audience, if you look at reports from Bloomberg, McKinsey, Goldman, somewhere between 18 to 25% of world's energy is going to come from hydrogen in the future, and aviation is one of those spaces which will be a dominant user of hydrogen.
All right, Val, what last words to our audience?
Yeah, absolutely agree. And, moreover, we think that aviation will be one of the, if not the anchor clients, so to speak, for hydrogen, with any airport with any kind of commercial volume becoming a huge concentrator of demand for hydrogen. And that allows you to build infrastructure around it and then feed other use cases as well. So this will go beyond aviation.
Great. And Michael.
So just want to add what I started with, that, there's nothing scary about hydrogen, and what's old is new again. People do not need to be afraid of this. It is a safe fuel. It's been handled for the past century, and, it is 100% the key to the future of transportation. And one shameless plug, Val, if you need a test pilot at all for some of the smaller aircraft, let me know. I'm available, and stationed at November 87 in New Jersey.
There you go. All right.
There you go. That's great. Well, I want to thank everyone on our panel for your valuable time today. It was fun. And I can't wait to see what each of you are going to be doing and what transpires. It's just really, really exciting. So thank you, Andy. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Michael, for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mona.
Thanks so much, Mona. What a fantastic panel. And really the message couldn't be clearer that hydrogen is going to be a key part of aviation and all our lives. Thanks so much for that. We're now delighted to be looking at regulation again and looking towards viability and managing operational issues. Delighted to have Todd Walensky of Whyte & Case. Todd's an expert in helicopter and aircraft finance law and operations. And I'm going to hand straight over to Todd and his great panel.
Thanks, Al. Thanks so much. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to be joined today by two friends and longtime aviation experts, David Fowkes and David Stepanek. So if they can join me now. Thank you. Before we get into more formal introductions, I wanted to frame our discussion today. A lot of attention has been focused on eVTOL and UAM assets in the relevant market. The talk today will focus on some of the practical challenges we have to get to viability. The state of the market, which is, in my opinion, unique in the history of aviation, is that the infrastructure and operational realities need to be addressed in parallel to the product development. Manufacturers, regulators, municipalities, and potential operators are thinking about these issues and are starting to address them. In this talk, we have two longtime aviation industry experts who will impart some wisdom on us as to the specific regulatory infrastructure and operational hurdles that UAM and the eVTOL industry will need to overcome. And then drawing on their deep experience, they'll try to give us some practical tips. But for the purpose of this discussion, I just want to make clear that an assumption is being made, is that the type certificates and manufacturing processes for the vehicles and the parts will be approved, and we will not be addressing those specific issues when we have our discussion. And for more formal introductions, my name is Todd Walensky. I'm a partner at Whyte & Case. As Al said, I focus on aviation and helicopter finance, but also all matters when it comes to aviation. And previously, I was general counsel of a helicopter lessor named Waypoint. And for my colleagues, I first like to ask Dave Stepanek to introduce yourself briefly.
Hi, good day. Dave Stepanek here. I'm Executive Vice President of Sales and Chief Transformation Officer for Bristow. We operate 250 helicopters around the world in 15 different countries. And we also have a small regional airline in Australia.
Thanks. David?
Sure, David Fowkes. I've been aviation banking for well over 20 years. I was at Salomon Brothers, Citi, Lehman, Deutsche Bank. I was at Seabury. About 10 years ago, I started to get involved in Rotorwing as well. I ran M&A for Bristow for a few years, and then I was involved in a lot of the bankruptcies that went through there.
Thank you both. So just to kick off the discussion, I know we've had some preliminary discussions about this before today, and we noted that there are kind of like two big buckets. There you have the infrastructure bucket and the regulatory bucket for the big hurdles. I mean, taking the regulatory one first, and I'll start with you, David Fowkes. I'll call you David since we have two Davids here. What do you see as the big regulatory challenges outside of the type certification process?
Well, there's a couple practical ones that come to mind. Well, first of all, this isn't Uber, which means you don't have anyone can buy a Kia and drive it. These are going to be regulated airlines. And so when you have a regulated airline, to operate it, you have to have an air operating certificate. And you need to have one in every single country where you are. So there are a couple of operators like Bristow who have multiple AOCs in multiple countries. Any airline that you typically fly on a plane has one and use that AOC to fly around. So whoever does this has to think like a helicopter operator or someone who operates in multiple countries with multiple AOCs. And it's a nightmare practically to line those up within an ownership structure because of the way that the ownership has to happen. Typically, every country, you have to be majority owned by your own citizens. So that's an easy one. From a maintenance perspective, again, this is an airline, and everything is going to have to be regulated, including the maintenance program. And you're going to be able to actually have to be able to ship parts around, some special controlled parts. And so unless you are used to having that type of an infrastructure to move things around and keep things flying for an airline, it's going to be impossible to do. So you need that background. And finally, air traffic control, right? This is not an airplane flying from a runway to a runway, or even a helicopter flying between two helipads necessarily. It is stuff from 0 to 400 feet. And with very few exceptions, there are not that many cities in the world that have developed to do the type of flying that's going to have here. So those are the three things on the top of my head that have to be solved practically in order to operate this once it's actually funded and developed and approved.
Yeah, and to go a step further, and maybe this is a good one for Dave, there's going to be pilots, there's going to be mechanics, they're going to have to be licensed, they're going to have to be qualified. I mean, Dave, you deal with a whole network of employees that are licensed and unionized around this. I mean, so how do you see that unfolding in this environment?
I mean, it's going to be critical to the success of the startup of this, whether it's regional air mobility, urban air mobility, bringing the pilots and the engineers that are going to be required into the training processes early. As these aircraft are being certified and developed is going to be critical to the path, and that's the kind of things that we have a lot of history in doing. We've launched quite a few of the traditional rotorcraft aircraft over the years, where the new type certificates, new types, and pilot needed that time and type. Those engineers needed that training from the factory. All these things have to occur, which is just a natural progression for us.
Right. And just as an operator, I mean, you have a lot of experience moving people, small amounts of people over short distances and low altitude. I mean, from an air traffic control situation, I mean, what differences do you see versus, unscheduled versus scheduled, the complexities with that have to be, acknowledged before operations, can start?
Yeah, as I was listening to the conference over the week, I heard a lot of concerns about the air traffic control system, communications, the infrastructure, how you move the people. And that's what we do on a daily basis. We move hundreds of thousands of people a year through our heliports around the world. We have to take them from their parking space through a shuttle all the way through the system, including a TSA style, or actually TSA in the United States and other security requirements, through the safety briefing and onto the aircraft and out to where we're going. And those places, as David mentioned, are sometimes moving locations offshore. With that said, we need to manage our own terrestrial and communication system, because in the offshore environment specifically, there is no radar coverage, there is no There is no traffic control system, so we have to manage that ourselves. We have to manage our communication. We have to track our aircraft both from ground radios and satellite tracking, and then manage the whole process of scheduling and unscheduled with our customer base. It's quite a task, but we have that infrastructure and that intellectual property to help develop this marketplace.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. I think you touched upon, the second bucket, which is the infrastructure piece. There's all these ancillary services that are going to need to be instituted and built up in order to operate these things, vertiports. David, I know you were referring to the logistics of moving parts around and then tracking it. I mean, from an infrastructure standpoint, I know you touched on it briefly. I mean, what do you see as the major things that need to be figured out before these things can actually fly?
Sure. Well, from a vertiport perspective, or for whatever you want to call that, we see multiple folks that have already entered into a de-SPAC process. There are other folks that are out there that are rumored to coming. And depending on which list you look at, there's between 200 and 400 people approaching this space somehow between passengers and cargo, right? It makes no sense if there are multiple winners here out there operating, let's say 10, for each of them to have their own system. So right now, when you get into train, there's a train station you go to, there are airports that you go to. There has to be some way to think about regionally how that's going to work. And someone's got to build that infrastructure. Now, there are people chasing it, including many of the players in this space that are developing the vehicles. But that's got to be worked out, and you're physically going to need them. And as Dave said, you're going to need TSA. So, for instance, we've seen 2 major airlines and at least one regional airline order aircraft, and they've said they're doing it to go to airports. Well, that there's an opportunity here, if it's done right, to actually do your TSA check at the vertiport. So that infrastructure needs to be built, and infrastructure funds will look to do that. But you're going to attract more passengers if they can go through and check their bag and do their security and then wind up on the other side than on one side. So that's going to be a huge investment. And people are looking at doing that already. And again, the maintenance logistics, we cannot underscore how important this is going to be. So depending on which of the major players that have either announced a de-SPAC or are rumored to be in de-SPACing, they're all listing places on at least 6 continents where they're planning to operate. And you need to get parts there, and you need to get parts there to fix things quickly in lots of different areas, anywhere they may take off or land. And a lot of these parts are going to have regulations around them because of the technology. And folks like, whether it's any of the OEMs on fixed wings or rotor wing, or operators like Bristow, I mean, Dave is used to sending these parts with all the government paperwork that's needed to send them anywhere that they fly, which is on 6 continents in 15 plus countries. Anyone who operates here is going to have to be able to do that either through their manufacturer or through their operation. Manufacturers don't always react as quickly as you want them to or need them to. Dave can tell you that. So they need to be able to do that themselves. Any operator out there that is successful, whether it's domestically or internationally, is going to have to deal with all of that. There's lots of folks out there that do it now. But if you're starting a business or investing in a business and you're going to be one of these players, that is a problem you have to solve before you actually have multiple locations. Or you just won't be able to fly your equipment.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Dave, please go if you have something to say.
Well, I'm just going to say, setting up the MRO system, whether it's through a service center, on these, strategically in each of these regions, is going to be absolute key. And being able to get your parts, because some of these times these aircraft are going to have to land in remote locations, and you're going to have to be able to get your supply chain to react to that. Much different than what a standard airline would have to do today.
Yeah, and I think this goes back to, I had a conversation with David earlier this morning. We were talking about the business model here and the viability, and what is it? It's to move people predictably and quickly and without delay to create a sense of normalcy in using this. And if you're gonna need to have spares, you're gonna need to have parts on the ground to correct technical issues, and you're going to need kind of like a fleet of cars in essence versus an aircraft. Now you got to keep it going, because you are in effect ultimately, in some instances, going to be like a taxi service, and as a result, you're going to need that parts mobility as well as the fleet size in order to properly operate. I mean, that's my understanding. And then I guess it leads to an interesting question, which I've been thinking a lot about, which is standardization. So we have this race now with all these different companies, all these different models, all these different parts, and the question becomes, how are you able to adopt infrastructure for all these different types of vehicles, and will there be a push at some point for some form of standardization? And does it make sense? Yeah.
Well, it's been a huge push for a number of years. My previous life was at Sikorsky, and getting standardized configuration out to the customers was always a challenge. And as an operator of a multitude of different products, having a standard across at least that one fleet, having each of that type look the same, has been a challenge. But with it comes, once you get to that standardization, comes many benefits of cost and training, and lowers your supply chain requirements, makes the whole process of operating those aircraft either, but safety. When that pilot is going from one particular type to the same particular type on a different base, if everything's not in the same place, you've got to take that into consideration as the operation. As you get in, think about having two cars in your home. Sometimes things are in a little different spot. You might hit your windshield wiper and you turn your turn signal on by accident. So those are the kind of things that we have to account for. Yeah. And that's a really big push for us in requirements. And when you think about the other infrastructure part of it, as each one of these products are being developed, and these are all going to be charged, are their charging points going to be identical? Or is there going to be some sort of standard on that aspect as well? Because if we're flying to different locations, or the same location with different vehicles, and we need 5 different charging stations, that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, think about a car. I mean, everybody can fill it up with gasoline the same way. If everyone had a different insert, it would be, you think about the loss and the costs associated with that. I mean, you brought up the point about the car, you switch from a Hyundai to, a Kia or whatever. There's minimal differences there. But going from a Joby to an Archer to something else, there'd be significant differences there. And I think operators are going to want to have 1 or 2 fleet types, and that's it, because the cost beyond that would be prohibitive. I don't know, David, if you had any thoughts on that.
I do. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, David or Dave? Which David do you want?
I'll call David Stepanek Dave, and I'll call David Faust David.
Okay. Yeah, it's natural in the beginning, and if you even think to the beginning of either fixed wing or rotary wing aviation, they're all different types, and it kind of winnows its way over time. There are fewer manufacturers, there are fewer types. Even in fixed wing, there are 2 big guys, and their products are kind of similar, and in the rotor wing, 4 guys. But if you would have looked at Bristow when I joined originally in 2012, we probably had almost 20 helicopter types, right? And naturally over time, David will probably tell you that they're down to 6 or 8, something like that. And you're going to see that there's going to be a period where there's not standardization, and then the market will naturally, as there are winners, will drive towards it. One of the interesting things to see is there's been at least one leasing company that's ordered at least one type, right? If you look at fixed wing and even rotor wing, when the leasing companies get involved, they want things to be financeable. And in order to get things financeable, they want things to be homogeneous, right? They want to be able to take their aircraft or helicopter and move it relatively easily from one operator to the next. And so the financing community, the lessors probably in the beginning, and the operators will all push for standardization. And it might take a while to get there. And I don't know how far it'll get, but I can't imagine there are going to be 6 charging plugs for that long, or 6 battery types for that long. There will be a natural, has to be winnowing, probably a combination of companies going forward, but that might take decades. And this is really the Wild West. Like, we don't know who's going to win. And I don't just mean manufacturer, and I don't just mean operator, and I don't, but also business segments, and whichever ones win they're going to drive standardization.
Yeah, and it seems to me that there's some advantage to getting ahead of the curve and teaming up with the infrastructure development to support your platform. So if you have the first vertiport in New York or the first vertiport in LA or wherever you are, and it's servicing your vehicle status, I mean, that to me is a leg up. But I mean, we'll see how that pans out.
And there's going to be a strong incentive for whoever makes that investment in the vertiport or the infrastructure to share it across as many operators as possible, right? Because you want to be the one, you know, if you're going to be flying to the airports around Chicago, like United might with some of their announcements, you don't want to have 4,000 vertiports. You probably want to think about what are the 10 spots that we're going to have people park. And then to your point, Todd, how we're going to make it so predictable that you're going to be willing to drive there and leave your car there because you're certain that you're going to get on something and it's going to fly you predictably to the airport that you need to get to and get you back. That's the only way that model works. And that's why everyone who's in there is going to do everything they can to make it work.
Yeah, and a key component of that is safety, obviously. So I know, Dave, I mean, safety is the number one issue in your industry. What are your thoughts on how the industry develops, you know, proper safety protocols and the reputation around that?
It's paramount, and it gets right down to the core values and core principles of any aviation company, specifically Bristow. And when you think about safety, I know we're in a revolutionary period here, and all the products that are being designed and will get certified and will be through a production certification. We'll have that level of safety, that triple redundancies, the flaw tolerance, the things that we need to fly. But safety is evolutionary. It's not revolutionary. It takes decades of practice to get the culture of your team and the culture of your operators to a level that really thinks about it as you know, at the forefront. You know, we're going to have safety by design in these products. We're going to build processes and procedures along with the OEMs, whether it's maintenance procedures or flight procedures, and how we're going to operate these aircraft. That'll be safe too. But we need that culture, that decades and the evolutionary period that gets people to make good decisions at high pressure points, because there's going to be a lot of those in this market today. It's coming forward because there's going to be a high tempo of operation. People are going to want to get to their location. They're paying high dollar for it, and there's going to be a lot of pressure to make some good decisions. And you got to make sure that you've got a safety culture that can support that. That's why, you know, 70 years of operation, it takes time.
And then, you know, you operate on multiple, you know, continents, you know, in various jurisdictions. And how important is it that safety, you know, the processes, the safety, you know, protocols are standardized across all of those jurisdictions, and not necessarily within the operator itself, you know, the manufacturer, but also from a regulatory standpoint, a predictability level? Because I can imagine it would be a nightmare, you know, the FAA and EASA aren't talking to each other, and they have completely different standards, and what's required in order to operate these things.
We deal with that every day because there are different standards across the different regulatory environments, and there's also different cultures, and people view it sometimes differently. So you have to have the overarching core principle that comes from the leadership team down, to make sure that you have that, and then your minimally acceptable standards. You have to be able to hit those, and some are going to be a little bit higher than others. And you know what's safe in EASA, whether it's the way a caution light comes on in a different color versus the FAA. Those are the kind of little arguments we have to deal with, but it can be quite a nightmare, especially as you start writing operating specifications for the aircraft, is what's required to get into an AOC and put into a 135 operation, or if you're going to do 121. And then it flows right into the same thing with the maintenance procedures and the 145, and also how we train. Because you're going to want to centralize your training, and if you're operating this product in U.S. and Canada and the UK, you know, you want to have one sort of training source. You'll have to you know, somehow make that fit into the different regulatory requirements, because they are, as much as we like to say they're all objective, but there's a lot of subjectivity in regulations, as I know that the OEMs are starting to figure out.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Todd, one of the things on safety that we need to keep in mind is this is going to be very public, and when public things go bad, it impacts the industry. So you live outside of New York City, and you know a lot of people on this may know but you cannot land a helicopter on the top of a building in New York City. Why? Because the MetLife Tower, which at the time was the Pan Am Tower, there was a helicopter that crashed on and pieces fell off and people died on the streets. So if there is an event like that, or when there is an event like that, because these things happen, you've got to be able to protect the business itself as well. And unless there's safety and confidence, you're going to see major impact in terms of what you're going to be able to do with these vehicles.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying.
Indeed, and that gets back into what we do when we've launched new products. Because when we take them out of flight, when they come out of flight test and they get their first certification and the first aircraft are produced and they go into operation, you're going to find a lot of different things that are happening that you didn't see in flight test. The different environments that you're in, whether it's corrosion, high humidity, different temperatures, the way it's being operated, the amount of cycles that you're producing. A lot of things are going to crop up, and we've got to be able to have the wherewithal to handle that through your maintenance systems and practices and your flight operations and practices, and how you handle the ground movement of people and equipment.
Yeah. To me, the rotorcraft industry has a good track record of introducing new vehicle types and operating them in various different conditions. It seems very, very close to what's going to happen here. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned, I guess. So just jumping gears real quick, because I know you touched upon it, David, on the financing side of things. Everybody now is looking towards to finance it. How do you view the debt markets fueling, this industry?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot of different markets, and look, very, very high level. The two things that debt markets look for credit and then for asset type, and that's how these things get financed over time. So eventually, you're going to have owners or operators that have the credit quality, and some of them may have them up front to borrow it based on that. You would hope that at some point, much like you can buy a A320 or a 737 and know what it is, leasing companies are willing to own them and lend them out. It's going to be interesting in the beginning. So a lot of it is going to have to be funded by more equity-like vehicles, probably. And also, the export credit agencies have always played a role. So whether it's the ones that like Exim or BDC down in Brazil or EDC up in Canada or Sace or COFAS over in Europe, you would imagine that they're going to step forward and help as well. And it's going to be building the businesses and the business cases, probably with some support from the governments to begin with. And once the business and business cases are built up and the value of the aircraft are built up, the 2 or 4 or 5 that are, the term we used in the bankruptcies was fungible. Other people can use them. So if one operator goes up, there's businesses at work, and a little guy goes up and, Dave can use some more. And so he brings some in and it transfers. Once you get to that position, then it's easy. It looks like the fixed wing, or even we get to the place where the rotor wing right now is, which is very credit-based versus asset-based.
And where do you see vendor finance coming into play?
We see it already. We've seen leasing companies make investments in at least one of them, at least one leasing company in one of them. I think there are probably more. I don't know if they're all public, but more of them are coming. If you look at where these things are going to be built, their ECAs are going to step in. And if you look at what is funding some of the publicly announced DSPACs, you see some of the vendors stepping up and actually taking some ownership. So whether it's manufacturers or battery folks or folks who do avionics, they all recognize that this is important and critical going forward. And they're all making investments, select investments in one or multiple places. And, the SPAC market has acted in the Western world very much like the sovereign wealth funds have acted, right? So they have stepped up and they are essentially funding, 4 or more of these right now to get there. And they're doing it because they view it as a good equity play. that enough of these are going to win. They believe in the market. They're picking teams that they like and pairing up with operators and leasing companies that they like. And there's an awful lot of capital going into it. And so I think we should feel pretty good that this has probably been funded better and faster than obviously the Wright brothers or Mr. Sikorsky when he came out. So there's people are taking the chance. They believe in this market, and so there's liquidity.
I think the big difference is, though, when the Wright brothers came out, they developed the product, and then it took a couple of decades to develop the infrastructure around it. Here, we're going to need to do that in tandem, and that's going to be the interesting piece here, especially considering the variety of the types of machines that are going to be flying, or hopefully flying. Well, I know we only have 5 minutes left, and I wanted to leave some time for a few questions, but before we do that, I don't know, Dave, if you had any last words or any thoughts that you wanted to impart to people.
Well, I just like to say we're very excited about this. We see this as a natural progression for the traditional vertical lift that we do today. We see multiple opportunities for these vehicles in our core business and in expanding markets. It's very exciting. You mentioned the Wright brothers. As I was starting into this, I went back and read David McCullough's book again. It's interesting. I guess you could compare Langley to the SPAC and the Wright brothers to some of the more guys just drudging it out, believing the product, getting it to market, and believing in what they could do. So, this whole industry is really, really interesting. It's full of some amazing people, and just excited to be starting to step our foot into it.
Great, thank you. David, anything else from you?
It's interesting. It's exciting. It's the future of what a lot of us will be doing, at least for a big part of our lives over the next 5 to 7 years. And so would love to talk to anyone who's interested.
Okay, great. No, thank you both for your thoughts. Al, I think we have 4 minutes left or so. I don't know if there's anybody who has any questions for any of us. Hopefully Al is there. I think he was going to monitor the Q&A.
I'm here, sorry. And I'm just looking, and we've got a question coming through now. It's a really good question from Elliot Lees. Aftermarket support is a huge factor in today's aviation industry. How do you see OEMs managing this?
You want me to take that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so they're going to have to develop the service center network, right? So the OEMs are going to have all the intellectual property at first. And they're going to have, with the wide distribution that we're going to have of these products, they're going to have to look at installing service centers strategically around the globe, and really not necessarily rely on some of our traditional OEMs today in the helicopter market have tried to really keep their arms wrapped around that marketplace. And with the numbers that we're talking about, the amount of activity that we're going to have, we're going to need to develop service centers with whether existing MROs that are there today that bring on that technology, and or new business ventures.
And now with so many types, you're going to have service centers. Like I imagine operators, and I know Dave can't comment on it, are not going to operate one type. And if you've got a maintenance organization that's an approved maintenance organization, you can get approval to work on a bunch of different types. So I can imagine that anyone who has a maintenance organization, including the operators, are going to be very interested in maintaining for third party as well. So it will develop.
Okay, another great question from Brian Flynn. And I know we haven't got a lot of time. Todd, you should answer this as well. What one issue do you think people do not appreciate will be very difficult to solve?
One issue? Yeah. The one issue? I really focus on the fact that you're going to have 10 radically different vehicles, and you're going to be trying to develop singular infrastructure. That's equivalent to having United Airlines having its own airport. It just I don't think it makes sense. I don't think anybody will finance it. And I'm an honest believer that those who solve the infrastructure problem first will, as long as they solve the safety issue and the other issues, will come out on top.
Great. David Folks?
I think air traffic control has not been given enough due, and it will be solved, but you've got to deal with FAA, EASA, all of them around the world, and they haven't gotten their heads around yet how they're going to approach it yet. And until they figure it out, once they figure out the way that they will feel comfortable approaching it, then the likes of the Bristows of the world and the manufacturers can work with them to get there. But they haven't even thought about the way that they would approach it. And until they do, that's a gating item.
David?
Yeah, as the OEMs have crawl, walked, and run with their various designs, and they're getting to that run phase, we're going to have to do the same thing with operations. Take a very pragmatic, slow approach, bring this into the system, maybe business to business transportation style, and allow the customers, the general public, to see that we can prove this out, and that will entail the infrastructure kind of coming behind it, because the early adopters are going to have to be very flexible.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Todd, David, and David. Fantastic panel. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. We're now going to take a very short 15-minute networking break, sponsored by Pillsbury, Winthrop, Shaw and Pittman, or Pillsbury, as I like to call them. And please come back, where we're going to look at financing new assets, autonomous cargo, and what's on the horizon. Thank you. To go to networking, you just click on the Networking Lounge button to chat with others across the industry. Thank you.
Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership. A commitment to excellence. Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership. A commitment to excellence. Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most...
Hi, and welcome back to Revolution.Aero. Day 3. We've got a fantastic panel coming up now, looking at financing new assets, and who better to moderate it than Katarina Baradov. Katarina is co-founder and head of business development at Jump Aero. Before that, she worked at Shearwater Aero Capital, a specialist finance company. Before that, Goldman Sachs, and before that, Hawker Beechcraft, an aircraft manufacturer. So she alone has a 360-degree view of the market. And even better, we're adding around that with 3 other fantastic experts. So Katarina, over to you.
Hi, Al. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. Really glad to see everybody. Thanks a lot for putting this on. It's always an exciting time anytime Revolution.Aero comes around, and this year is definitely no change. So the panel today is going to be a little bit different than most of the panels that I've hosted in the past, focused on financing in this industry, which is really have been discussing financing with regards to equity financing. So helping entrepreneurs think through how to fundraise and how to think through their capital needs. As we all are very well aware, our industry is very capital intensive. And so getting a project, like getting an OEM from zero to flight, is pretty challenging from a capital point of view. So we've talked at length in the past few years about how do we think through that aspect? How do we plan for the growth? How do we think about how to formulate your company in order to attract investment? And this year, we're going to be shifting gears a little bit and thinking about a little bit further down the runway. So what would you do once you actually build the aircraft? What happens once you get a TC? Do you then imply or obtain financing, or do you just sell directly? And that's what we're going to be focused on today, whether or not financing is going to be available for these assets that are going to be hitting the markets in the next couple of years. And if so, how that financing would work. So as Al mentioned, I am industry kind of financial expert, I guess, if you could call me that. Most of my background has been in finance, specifically focused on business jets, but more recently focused on specialty financing. So assets that kind of fall outside of the general bucket of what is typical. And so I'm really excited to introduce my fellow panelists who I've worked with extensively in the past, who sort of represented the most creative and the most diligent aspects of aircraft financing in the past, and have worked with me on many hairy deals, as you could say, to discuss about how we would be financing potentially eVTOLs, UAM vehicles, unmanned, manned, and how that would look like. So I don't see my fellow panelists yet, but perfect. Oh, Eddie, and you're here. We were a little bit worried that Eddie wouldn't join us, but it's very glad to see all of your faces. So perhaps
you should know better. Nothing keeps you away from this. An opportunity to talk to a large audience, right?
Oh, it's wonderful. We're very glad to hear from you. So if I could just maybe begin by having introductions. I obviously know each of you very well, but I know the audience may not. So perhaps we could start with you, Bill.
Sure, happy to, and glad to be here. I'm Bill Wolf. I'm president and CEO of Lobo Leasing. We are a helicopter lessor. I've been around the helicopter space since I invested in the space as an equity investor in the 80s in the turnaround of what was the predecessor to Bristow. And I've been a financier. I've worked in investment banking primarily at Goldman Sachs. But the last 8 years or so have been focused on Lobo leasing, where we lease a helicopter portfolio around the world. Although we are a lessor, we've done other creative financing, including things that look like equity and don't look like a lease. So very interested to talk about this emerging asset class for financing.
Perfect. And Shelley?
Hello, everyone. I'm Shelley Sporin. I'm the CEO and founder of Infinite Branches. I work with businesses within the aviation community, as well as users of aviation, business aviation, to think about how they can invest. I think in terms of buying an aircraft, operating an aircraft as an investment in your brand. Previously, I worked for a bank that focused on lending to high net worth individuals to finance private aircraft and yachts. During the prior 15 years, we generated over $1 billion in original commitments without any losses or repossessions. Earlier in my career, I served as a bank examiner for the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and I transitioned out into the banking industry when I began working for Silicon Valley Bank. And I am thrilled to be here and speak with everyone on this topic today.
Perfect. And Eddie, last but not least.
Certainly last, and I'm feeling kind of inadequate after those past two introductions, but I'll do my best. Eddie Gross, I started the DC office for Better Price 15 years ago next month. I'm part of the Global Transportation Finance Group. It's one of the largest of its kind in the world. We represent participants in all the various aviation markets and aviation finance markets. My practice has been, for the last too many years, an equipment finance lawyer, and my focus has been aircraft and tech. So this is sort of the perfect circumstance. I work on originating deals and capital markets transactions, and sadly, when it's necessary, enforcement.
Perfect. So thank you, everybody, very much. It seems like we have such a good, rounded panel. I'm really excited to dive in. Maybe we can begin by sharing with the audience something that they may not know, which is what are some of the different types of financing that are available. Based on kind of the industry as it exists now, how do you think about all of the different structures that may potentially be applied to these new assets? So Eddie, I know that you had really great feedback when we discussed this a couple of weeks ago, so maybe you can kick that off.
Sure, it depends on who the customer of the financing is, right? So if the customer is just a fleet operator, they have their own set of circumstances. If it's a high net worth individual, they would have their own set of circumstances. If it's a governmental agency, for example, that would have lots of different interesting nuances to it. The other type of financing market would be for the providers of the aircraft, whether it's a lessor or an availability provider. And with each of them, there would be different structures and documents and closing processes and considerations. But the most important would go to why would the particular financier or lessor or investor choose to invest in that particular opportunity, right? The risk reward aspects of it would play out in the whole sort of documentation, structural, and closing process.
That's really interesting. So I think one of the aspect that answer brings up that maybe a lot of these OEMs aren't fully aware of is how their business model is going to impact the financing of their assets. So Bill, Shelley, maybe you can talk a little bit about how you would think about maybe advising entrepreneurs when they're earlier in the process. What are some of the things that they should be aware of in terms of how to structure their company, how to structure their end product, and how that might influence their sales?
Bill, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, happy to start. Yeah. As we've been looking at this space as it's been developing, it's been interesting to us that some of the business models are different from the existing traditional aviation finance markets, whereby the OEMs are going to be operator owners also, which there's a whole bunch of reasons why they may be going down that path, and that may be a very fruitful and smart strategy. But it is very different than how traditional aviation assets, whether it's fixed wing, commercial, or private aviation, and certainly in the helicopter space where we spend most of our time. And that means, by definition, you're going to have if you're exclusively doing that, that means you're going to have an asset class that is not trading on the open market, and it's going to be very difficult to create secure, specific asset financing around. So while you're not necessarily precluding yourself, and one of the key things that I think all of us are going to echo about on this discussion and on this topic is there are no hard and set rules here, and there's a lot of creativity that can say. So while I'm talking in generalities, there can be a lot of different variations about what I'm saying, but you're probably then looking at a corporate financing as opposed to maybe an asset financing, because there won't be an independent, establishable or identifiable valuation. The other end of that spectrum is like the traditional markets that we see in aviation today, where the OEM, obviously backs it up with service and parts and warranties and all that good stuff, but that when the aircraft is delivered, it's owned by someone else, and typically by, as Eddie was talking about, a fleet operator or a fleet provider or an operator themselves. And there we have the opportunity and the possibility for the trading of those assets and establishing of independent asset values, which makes it then more of an easier task for us to do specific financing. So, and there's a bunch of variations on that. Obviously, that's the continuum of completely owned versus totally independently sold, and the OEM won't own the product again. So let me leave it there and see if I missed any elements of that. But that's kind of the issues on business model.
Bill, you are spot on. When you take a look at the different investor informations that have been put out by the companies that will be going public by SPAC, the different business model does arise. A traditional bank would be looking towards cash flow for the companies that are looking to be vertically integrated. For those companies that are selling directly to an end user or to someone who will lease those aircraft out, and I'm using the term aircraft loosely, what they will want to see is a liquidity in the market occur, some sort of trading volume, something that gives them comfort that they know the value of the asset and what it's going to be over time. And so it's going to be critical for all of us as these markets emerge to have access to the information that's needed in order to value that asset that's being financed.
So let's touch upon that a little bit, kind of discussing assets and the impact that the lack of liquidity is going to have on the availability of asset-based financing. What about the asset itself? Is there going to be a lot of differentiation between, say, a fully electric vehicle versus a hybrid? And I guess, Bill, I know that you had a great article written about some of the challenges that you've encountered personally trying to do unmanned. And so how does full autonomy, partial autonomy impact the availability of financing? And what are some of the things that I guess entrepreneurs should consider?
Well, boy, great question. A lot of complexity in that. To simplify it, the way we think about it is that to get into asset financing, regardless of the variations of the complexity of the underlying aircraft or asset we're talking about, we just need there to be an established standard so that we can then establish useful life and residual value, whether you're a lessor or you're a lender against that asset. And so whether someone's doing unmanned or piloted, et cetera, for us the simplicity is how is the marketplace making a determination by voting with their dollars and voting with their feet, if you will, getting these assets, so that we can start seeing how long are these assets going to last and what will be the cycle of replacement. Early emerging technologies tend to have very quick product innovation cycles. which is great news for the end users as the product continuously gets better, faster. It is tough news for the folks wanting to finance those assets, because that means you're going to have a high cost of capital because you're going to amortize that asset over a short period of time. So again, for us, really the key question is how quickly can we establish what are market standards, and how long are those standards going to last so that we can bank them.
That's super helpful. Yeah, Shelley, you were going to.
I completely agree. And this is something that our aircraft appraisers should be thinking about as this market is evolving. And the question becomes, and Bill and Eddie, we were speaking about this earlier, is now too early to be thinking about this? And I think the answer is no. Let's start thinking about this today. What are the issues that we need to address as an industry to ensure that this market is viable for lenders and lessors? So that becomes a really important discussion for the OEMs to think about, as far as how they engage the finance community that could be financing these assets, as well as the appraisal community, and how they go about doing this. Several of the traditional OEMs do hold annual conferences to discuss these very issues. And there are databases out there such as JetNet and AMSTAT that do share information on the trading of these assets. And I look forward to seeing what evolves in this particular market space.
Eddie, who do you think the major players are going to be in the financing world in the next 5 to 10 years? And I don't mean the exact companies, but maybe do you think that it's going to be the same type of players that we have now in terms of just the standard lessors, then the banks, and then the kind of people who do the appraising? Or do you think that it's going to change? And how is the traditional industry? How should they be thinking about preparing for what's coming up?
Let me start with the topic that was just discussed, right? So when you look at any credit approval, at least the ones that I'm used to reading, and I read quite a few, they focus on two things, right? Credit and then asset, right? And so that pretty much measures how the market's split up too. Right, there are those financing providers that focus on credit, and there are others that are willing to focus more on the asset. And so the conversation, as I said, that was just had, the reliability of an appraisal, right? So that any of these investors, financiers, can have some sense of, if they're a lessor, residual value, and if they're a credit provider, a financing provider that is really just focused on traditional lending, it's going to be exit strategy, right? And so that exit strategy, if it's not all based on the credit worthiness of the obligor, then it's going to be hard to prove to some credit officer that it's an appropriate way to use their funds, right, to deploy their funds in a transaction where they don't have the ability to look back at a historical view that's somewhat reliable. So I guess to extract from that, banks, probably not, unless it's a high net worth individual and they're just, they're banking on credit, or some big corporate customer, same thing. Or if there's some other ability to show some credit support aside from the asset. Traditional, equity investors, those that are the lessors who believe in the asset, track record will be important for them as well. And in some cases, because these are non-traditional assets, a number of those particular financing providers rely on capital markets to provide the their liquidity. And it's hard to put one of these types of financings into the existing capital market structures. So those are my immediate thoughts.
Oops, sorry, I was still on mute. I was just saying that we do have a poll question that we wanted to post to the audience with regards to this. Perhaps the audience has an opinion as to whether one type of provider will be more active in the market than another. So perhaps we could start that question off. Alasdair says the poll is live. Okay, perfect. So I'll update everybody as I kind of watch the poll. But Shelley, one of the things that are kind of on this topic you and I had discussed that I thought was very interesting is the potential for residual value guarantees, and whether or not residual value guarantees are going to be kind of the way that emerging OEMs are going to be able to support their products in the market, at least for the first few years. What do you think? Have you encountered that in the traditional industry? Have you ever seen an aircraft manufacturer launch a new product with a residual guarantee to help the product along? What's your experience?
I have seen that out in the marketplace for new products that have come out into the market. I've also seen too, we can take a look at the automobile industry and some of the things that they are doing today. If you take a look at Toyota with the Mirai, they are leasing those automobiles specifically so that they can evaluate how that aircraft automobile is being used, and can make adjustments as they see fit. And that may be one way, instead of going out and creating a value in the marketplace and supporting it, the OEMs can take a little bit more control over how the aircraft is being used and in what condition it can come back to them. But do residual values work? If they are guaranteed, they can. They can help sell the product for sure. But does that ultimately create liquidity that entices a lender or a financier to provide a loan to that particular customer for that particular transaction? I've seen it work, and I've seen it not work.
It sounds like we need liquidity as a major issue, and not liquidity just from the point of view of the company being liquid that is making these aircraft, but also liquidity from the point of view that we need proof that these assets are trading at a certain level that we need them to trade at so that we can take a risk. Without that liquidity, do you think that 100% of the aircraft financing in this space is going to be credit-based? And if so, for those who are uninitiated to the world of aircraft financing, could you explain a little bit to the audience of what that means for something to be entirely credit-based financed? And perhaps, Bill, maybe you could take this one.
Happy to. So, and we do this type of financing in exactly this instance where we cannot get comfortable with the residual value, not because it's not a great asset, but just there's illiquidity or there's a risk of obsolescence sometime during the financing period. And so in effect, we are secured by the asset. In our instances, you don't have to be necessarily, but what we're really looking through to is the underlying credit of the obligor, whether that's the operator or what we talked about in the business model where some of the OEMs are going to be the owner operator as well. We'll be looking through to that in credit. So it's not that the asset is totally irrelevant. We would probably take our security against that, but that's not what we're really banking on. At the end of the day, we're banking the company will be there, either the operator or the OEM, and we're going to be making credit judgments based on that, which is a totally different thing than an asset financing.
That's very helpful. And Shelley, could you explain the concept of 100% asset-based financing? And in which case would you ever feel comfortable doing a 100% asset-based deal?
Based upon the organization where I came from, the answer to that is no. We're very focused on the client and the relationship that we maintained with the client. And that was always the driving force behind should we enter into this financing relationship? And if so, how do we structure it to where it meets the needs of that particular client? When you're looking at an asset-based transaction, you are simply looking at the value of the aircraft that you have financed to ultimately repay you. And that is out further on the risk curve for most lenders. However, what happens when you are looking at a credit-based decision, you can advance more money to finance that asset, whereas with an asset-based transaction, you would not finance as much, and you may finance anywhere between 50 to 70% of the purchase price of that aircraft, whereas with a true credit-based decision, you might be willing to go anywhere up above 80%, depending upon the relationship that you maintain.
Based on internet connection, we may have to self-moderate here for a minute, because I think Katerina may be locked up.
So there are plenty of examples of transactions that purport to finance an asset, but they're really just credit-based. I mean, I was mentioning to my pals here how I think it was 20-something years ago, I got a call from a very large equipment finance company and asked if I would assist with the financing of the first Playboy satellite, right back in the day when that was a thing. And I said, well, how are you going to protect your interest in it? And they said, Eddie, it's air financing, right? So no asset supporting it. And that is similar to, financing a software, purchase of software or some kind of tech application. So it's done, but and as Shelley said, it's the usual standards for what a sufficiently strong credit is. I was trying to cover it for you, Katerina.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what happened. My internet usually is on spot. I'm not usually the one cutting out, so sorry about that. So we do have a question from the audience that I thought was actually really interesting. The question is, when it comes to valuation on eVTOLs, why can't we get OEMs to provide life cycle guarantees? I think perhaps as somebody who used to work for an OEM, I know the answer to this question, but maybe I can pose this to the panel and just discuss, like, what is the challenge with residual value guarantees? Like, why are OEMs often have such a hard time providing them? If they believe in their asset, why would they not guarantee the value?
I mean, I'll add that, one, how reliable is it given how young the industry is? And then the other is, I'm sure there are balance sheet reasons that they wouldn't want to carry those obligations for the life of the asset, among other things.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. And another question just came from the audience, which I thought was also very poignant. And what, even if you could get residual value guarantees, how would you value them if the company that is providing them has negative cash flow? And I think that's a very poignant question. Like, is there even an ability in this industry for the OEM to provide any kind of guarantee or any kind of promise? And if so, have you ever seen anything, perhaps in your past experience, that might facilitate something like that? And maybe, Bill, this is something that you might be able to answer.
Sure. Well, occasionally there will be third parties that will develop a third-party product, and it's very speculative to predict whether that would happen in this instance, because that question is spot on. It's if the residual value guarantee is from the very early stage development OEM, you're back to a credit situation where, in effect, you're taking the credit of the OEM, but. In a lot of these markets, and even in these emerging markets, there are specialty insurance products that the premiums will make you gasp, but it's still more efficient than the OEM trying to provide 100% guarantee. And so, and I've seen that in new helicopters that have been developed in the traditional helicopter finance world. For new models, when they come out, some people are looking for residual value guarantees from other than the OEM, and people have underwritten those. But again, it's just, you're trying to move down the cost curve of cost of financing. And if you're relying on the equity financing of these entities, these OEMs that are creating this, that is the highest cost of capital they have. And so if somebody will come in and underwrite something in a product where the premiums that are being paid are less than the overall implied cost of the equipment itself, that's progress. And I want to mention something, because I think this is a theme that's underlying a lot of what we're talking about here, because a lot of folks who are probably thinking about this and trying to move beyond the equity financing they've done, they're going to want to look at off-the-shelf stuff that they see in the traditional aviation finance world. And it's not going to be available to them. And I'm going to invoke something my mentor at Goldman Sachs more decades ago said to me, and I care to remember. He said, all financing can be reduced to a line from a Rolling Stones song. And he said, in emerging markets, the line is, you can't always get what you want, which is you want that off-the-shelf, super efficient stuff. But if you try it sometimes, you find what you need. And that's the underlying message here is all of these variables and dials we're talking about here is get on with some of these smart people on this call, Shelley and Eddie, and start working on the problem solving, and you'll be able to get what you need, but may not be what you want. I just want to throw that in because we're talking about all these products that are, maybe down the road for this emerging class, but there are creative solutions that will get your cost of capital down. Sorry, I just want to make the commercial for creativity.
No, I think that's a great commercial.
I'm just glad the line from the song wasn't "do heartbreaker."
Yeah, unfortunately, that's usually the reality.
There is a risk reward.
Yeah. One thing that I know we spoke about as a group, and I found to be very interesting, is how do we value these assets, even if there is enough liquidity and there is kind of trading history from the point of view of maintenance. As we shift away from traditional engines and kind of gas-powered aircraft to electric aircraft, the value of the battery and the battery cycles are going to continue to kind of be more predominate the way that we think about how do we value the cycle of the aircraft. Do you have any kind of insight as to current ways of thinking about aircraft financing and how that may change as we shift towards more of an electric vehicle model? And maybe Shelley, you could take, or Eddie, please.
No, it's just it brings to mind what these transactions ultimately might be in terms of what the financing package might be and what the collateral might be. So in other words, you might be asked to finance, if you're a financing provider, you might be asked to finance not just the aircraft itself, but all of what makes that aircraft, in this case, right, the eVTOL. And so with that, there's more to just what you'd have to recover in that financing if you're investing all of it, and then also you'd have to look at all that as collateral, or in an ownership context. And would a financing provider be comfortable having something like that as collateral, right? Batteries and battery charging, and the liquidity for something like that when the technology continues to evolve so quickly.
And to a certain extent too, perhaps this is where we can all be a little creative. There may be the cost to purchase the airframe, but also the ongoing cost of the operations is something that people will need to take a look at, because it will be very different than traditional aircraft financing.
Yeah, I think that's a great insight. So we have 3 minutes remaining. Perhaps we can spend these 3 minutes talking about how we believe the industry is going to evolve, and in terms of just not only the specifics, but really just the timing. Like, when do you think, realistically, after receiving a type certificate, will we actually have enough of a history to be able to provide financing? And is that going to be enough, or are you going to need to see a number of products kind of come and go? How do you think that things are going to evolve over the next 5 to 10 years? And I'll just throw that out to the group. So whichever one of you wants to take it first.
I'll take a stab at this. This is a mission to be wrong, right? So
that's why we let you go first.
Happy to give it a shot. I think the answer to that question is that we're going to see a lot of early on financings that are going to look like quasi-equity instruments. And actually, so I'm answering this question, but I'm going to steal a little bit of Shelley's thunder because she brought this to our preparation work. The next step down the cost curve of capital is not going to necessarily be operating leasing where there's 100% residual value risk taken by some investor. There needs to be a lot more track record post TC for these assets to be in the market, for standards to start getting adopted, and for us to see who the winners are. Because while we'd like to assume that everybody who's trying to manufacture one of these is going to be a winner, history of watching emerging industries develop are going to tell us that's probably not going to happen. And so we need to see some of the sorting out and the culling going on. So what will happen first, and I think this could happen literally within a relatively short time frame, and I mean within a year or two, is moving down that cost curve. The next product might be, and now here's Shelley's idea, but I'll put it out, is venture debt, which is a huge come down from issuing equity. Equity, depending on what the returns are that your venture capitalist and the underlying SPAC investors think they're going to get, who are looking at this, which are high double-digit returns they're looking for. You can get into the low double digits with a little bit of equity sprinkled in there very quickly. So I predict that quasi-equity, but still cheaper than equity products, will come first, and could come very, very soon, within a year or two, maybe soon.
Well, Bill, thank you for giving me the credit on that. I do think this is where we can all be very creative, and it'll allow us to think outside of the box as far as what the true needs are in each of these particular segments within eVTOL and the VTOL space. Honestly, we're not going to know until we're there, and we all need to follow the type certifications of these aircraft and the market acceptance of these aircraft. And because so many are going public by SPAC, we will have the opportunity, if we remain curious and interested, to read their statements to their investors and to the investment community, and we can make decisions and adjust from there. So I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity that this industry faces. It's one that I'm very fascinated by for a lot of reasons. And I look forward to having conversations ongoing with everyone. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot that we have to discuss going forward.
Eddie, you're muted. But I said we're all looking at you when I was muted too. So.
You unmute. There we go. But I understand why you muted me. I would say, following up on what both of my smart friends just said, right? We all should be forward-looking. We all want to participate in what is obviously a very exciting opportunity, and so it really, each of the different aspects of how this market emerges, can be focused on through the lens of how is it going to be financed. So, for example, how these transactions are structured. If a particular availability provider is structuring their transactions with their customers as a service transactions, right, where they're providing more than just the aircraft itself, but all of the other aspects of it that would afford the customer the transportation opportunity or availability opportunity they're looking for. It could either be easier or harder to finance a transaction like that. The more focused it is on, if it's supposed to be an asset-based financing, the more focused it is on the asset, then the more likely it is to get financed. The more you add into it different aspects, services, maintenance, storage, charging, all the other considerations, the revenue associated with that might be more difficult to finance. So, if you're a capital markets player in particular, that's something you should be thinking about.
Perfect. I think that we had such great conversations throughout the last 30 minutes. And I really wish that we had more time to really drill down on some of these things. I really wish we had more time to talk a little bit more about kind of batteries and how important that's going to be. if for all the entrepreneurs out there, for everybody who's building an OEM, I highly encourage you to start thinking about how you're going to be financing your assets, how you're going to be supporting them, who, if not you, is going to be providing the residual value guarantee, if there are government sources that might come in and step in as financiers for you in the aftermarket. That's something that you should definitely start considering now. So thank you very much. I think that this is just the beginning of a really great conversation, and hopefully we can continue to have it every year on this forum. So thank you very much, and thank you, Alasdair, for giving us space to talk about this very important topic.
Thank you, Katarina.
Thanks so much, guys. That was great. I think if you're an OEM watching this, just don't ever give out residual value guarantees. You just regret them in the long run. I think Porsche touched on that actually on day one. Thanks so much to our sponsors. This is Revolution.Aero 2021. Thanks to Sol.One, Aerotech, Hyundai, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, MSC Software, Shackelford, Whyte and Case, and Wisk. Please buy a Wisk aircraft or a Hyundai using Pillsbury and Shackelford and Whyte and Case as your loyal firm. Make sure if you're building an aircraft, use Sol.One technology and MSC software, and of course get Aerotech to get you through the certification process. Right, we've now got another great session. Delighted to hand over to Brian Flynn from Diamond Stream Partners. Brian's been involved in aviation for a long time as a consultant, as an investor. He owns part of an airline. So I'm delighted to hand over to Brian Flynn, who's going to take us through autonomous cargo.
Thanks very much, Al. And I really enjoyed the last panel among many of the other panels as well. It's an important subject in terms of how these various vehicles are going to get financed. Well, this panel's on drones, cargo drones, et cetera, and we're very bullish on this segment for several reasons. The first is that we predict it'll be the first segment to get to $1 billion of sales. And the second is that even Morgan Stanley, which recently took down their estimates for the UAM sector from $1.5 trillion to 1.0 trillion by 2040, the one segment that they actually increased their estimates for by 2040 was this segment of logistics. They predict it'll go to about $500 million or so, or 500 billion of revenue, and that's pretty exciting. The third reason is that through the safe operation of all these cargo drones, people are going to learn a lot, and the eVTOL companies will certainly benefit from all the learning, especially when they look to go autonomous. And the fourth is that the FAA will also have had to have solved how to keep all these cargo drones from colliding into each other and managing the airspace, and that'll also wind up being very impactful for the eVTOL space, or as some like to say, the EVA space. So with that, we have four panelists. The first I'll introduce is David Merrill from Elroy. And so David, please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about Elroy.
Thanks for having me. Let me share screen here. So I've got a visual. Really happy to be here. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Elroy Air. My background is technology, computer science, into technology startups for about the past 10 years. And a great gratitude, by the way, for being here with my colleagues from the unmanned delivery aircraft industry, everybody out there watching. All of us on this panel are approaching a huge market need in different ways, but with, I think, a unifying theme being that unmanned aerial cargo is on the rise, its time has come, and it's going to make a big impact in logistics, improving the lives of people around the world. So at Elroy Air, our mission is to enable same-day shipping to every person on the planet. And just a word about logistics, it's always been critical to supporting populations around the world. Food, commercial and e-commerce goods, medicine, tools, replacement parts, we all depend on reliable logistics. And now people want and they need logistics to perform better and faster than ever before, and in a lot more places. So at Elroy Air, we're developing an aircraft, an autonomous system for moving cargo. It's a VTOL aircraft for priority shipments without airports and at a speed much faster than ground transportation. Our system is called the Chaparral. It's a very big cargo drone, and Chaparral will fly goods from warehouse to warehouse, from airport to warehouse, warehouse to business customers, faster than ground transport, lower operating costs than traditional manned aircraft, better fuel efficiency than traditional planes and helicopters. And because it takes off and lands vertically, a system like Chaparral can serve exponentially more destinations than traditional air cargo because it skips the airport altogether. And so the end goal is to expand the reach of express shipping with same day and next day logistics available to more than 1 billion more people worldwide. So I've got a couple of quick video clips to just orient you to the system. And if the producer could put those on screen. This is a video from a test flight that we ran right before COVID. This is our full-scale demonstrator. That's a 1,215-pound aircraft. It had a successful flight test campaign, and now we're updating the design and in build actually of the next full-scale system that we'll be putting into flight test soon. And this is a render showing how a logistics hub at a hub and spoke logistics model will work. So the aircraft comes down vertically, lands, taxis itself over to the designated spot, deposits its cargo pod. We're actually taking a page from drop freight with our system where the container and the aircraft are separate so that you don't have the aircraft waiting around on the tarmac to be loaded on one end of a mission and unloaded on the other, but instead it can just pick up the cargo container, fly the container from A to B, and then deposit the container, pick up the next one, and go. And here it is off on the next mission. I think the last short clip is just a look at the mechanicals of, this is our full-scale aircraft that you saw flying. Here it is running this ground mission of taxiing, picking up a cargo container, and latching that container to the aircraft. So this, we've built autonomy not only for the aircraft in the air, but on the ground too. So we're really creating an automated end-to-end logistics system. If we could skip back to my screen share for one more minute. So to give you a sense of scale of the systems that we at Elroy Air and you know the others on this panel too are developing or adapting for autonomy. This is a 28-foot wingspan, 1,200-pound aircraft prototype, very big delivery drone. And it's a really exciting moment in the industry. It's early innings on this trajectory. We're all getting to develop systems that are totally new and useful with technology that's now actually ready for prime time. Brian, as you mentioned, air taxi is exciting. That's happening too, but cargo is going to come first, and it's going to scale first, at least in the VTOL part of the market at this scale. So we're already working with the Air Force. We've got a phase 2 and a phase 3 SBIR contract with the Air Force, collaboration with Embraer. We're working with major shippers, planning deployments, and we'll be announcing some new funding soon. So our goal is to change the world for the better, enabling same-day shipping to every person on the planet. And I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Very good. Thanks very much, Dave. The second person I'd like to introduce is Minal Habib from MightyFly. Again, it's going to be a huge segment, and so there's room for multiple players in the segment. And so, Minal, tell us a bit about MightyFly.
Sure. Thanks, Brian, for having me here. And it's a pleasure to tell you about MightyFly and the future of logistics we're building. And to start, I would love to share my screen and show you a little presentation about how we are planning to transform logistics via large autonomous cargo aircraft. And first, I would love to tell you a little bit about my background. I have long experience in the aerospace industry for about more than 10 years, both developing autonomous aircraft, building my own 2-seater airplane in my garage, and also being a pilot. So I love this sector end to end. And I have witnessed a lot of ways we can improve our lives for the better using aerospace technology. And that drove a lot of excitement for me to start MightyFly with my co-founder, Scott Parker. And with MightyFly, we are building large autonomous cargo aircraft to completely reimagine expedited delivery. And to dive a little deeper into the problems of the industry we're solving and our solution, we'd love to show you this short video. So customers are demanding ever quicker deliveries. However, there are many issues that impede a business's ability to deliver quickly. Some of these issues are traffic, scheduling, or transfer between modes. In addition to that, we have the carbon footprint. To solve these problems at MightyFly, we are building a completely innovative, full-scale carbon-neutral solution. It starts with our MF100 and our next generation, the MF500. Our aircraft carry cargo up to 500 pounds and has a range up to 600 miles to service that mid-mile logistics. Our autonomous aircraft, the MF100, is performing autonomous deliveries at our airspace in the Bay Area and has received the Special Airworthiness Certification from the FAA. Let me show you how our expedited delivery will work in the future. Once your customer places an order, we go to your fulfillment center and pick up the deliveries. Then, in the same flight route, we perform multiple deliveries. With our technology, we're servicing variety of sector from logistics and retail into medical, and as well, those rural and remote areas. And last but not least, we will enable that same-day delivery that everybody is wanting to be faster and cheaper. Imagine a brighter future where expedited delivery is both cheap, fast, and carbon neutral. And that's what we're building at MightyFly. And the secret behind this is our MF100. In addition to having that cargo capacity of 100 pounds and that range of 600 miles that enable expedited mid-mile logistics, we have some key technologies such as the rapid turnaround, and that is enabled via our autonomous loading and unloading, and as well our hybrid propulsion system that recharges the batteries in flight. So once an aircraft lands, all what needs to happen is a rapid transfer of goods within a couple minutes, and then the aircraft is ready to go to its next destinations, performing multiple deliveries in the same flight route. In addition to that, via our eVTOL technology, we can literally land and take off in 2 car parking spaces. So we can see these deliveries happening in parking lots everywhere around where we live, in, for example, the parking lots of CVS, Walgreens, Safeways, wherever there is space, we can create a safe landing areas for these autonomous aircraft. And in addition to really making the mid-mile very efficient, we can turn that last mile that has been about 50 miles into a literal 1 mile. And that will be huge on how we are going to form our future of logistics. So if you would love to learn a bit more about this, feel free to contact me or reach us via our website.
Hi, it looks like we lost Brian, so I'm just going to jump into it. Are my slides visible at the moment? Okay, there we go. All right, well, I would say thank you, Brian. We'll thank him when he gets back, but thank you to the organizers of Revolution for having me on here. It's great to be here. Wanted to give a brief overview of Reliable Robotics before we jump into the panel. We started the company about 4 years ago. My friends and former colleagues from SpaceX, I used to run SpaceX flight software. My co-founder Jurg used to run the avionics hardware R&D team at SpaceX. We started Reliable Robotics because we saw a unique need to automate existing aircraft. I have a lot of respect for folks that have the ambition to go create a new type of vehicle. Hats off to you. But we wanted to just focus on specifically the autonomy portion of the problem and really how to get autonomy certified. We can build systems, obviously, that have the capability of operating an aircraft through most of flight. Autopilots today manage 80 to 90% of the overall flight, but they don't handle taxiing or takeoff. And they also don't do fault management. And certification of fault management is really a key focus area for us at Reliable. We started out, let's see, changing the next slide here, on the Cessna 172. And this here is a picture of a demonstration that we did back in September of 2019. This was a fully unmanned conversion that we did on a Cessna 172S. This was a dual redundant system with dual actuation, dual avionics, as well as triplicated communication paths. We operated this directly underneath the San Jose flight path in California, out at Alasdair Airport. And we started on the 172 because we wanted to build technology that would be reusable to other single-engine fixed-wing platforms like the Cessna Caravan. I'll get into that in a moment. But we also wanted to design this in a way that would one day be certifiable. So a lot of the software and processes that we developed for use in this program, the 172, we're now transferring to our program on the Cessna Caravan. So now today we're working on the Cessna Caravan. If you're not familiar, this is about a 50-foot wingspan vehicle that's capable of carrying a little over 3,000 pounds. I believe this model is 3,500 pounds. Hey, Brian, you're back. I just jumped right into it.
Thanks.
It holds about 3 U.S. pallets worth of goods. Typically, it's just by the numbers, it's one of the most popular cargo planes in the world. We chose the Cessna Caravan because A, it's cargo, and you don't have the passenger acceptance issue if you're focusing on automating a cargo plane. You also just have really intense concentrations of these aircraft scattered across the globe. FedEx being the #1 operator in the United States. The technology here, just to give you a quick overview of what we're developing, there's an offboard component to what we're developing as well as an onboard. So offboard, there's a remote control station that enables a remote pilot to interact with our aircraft, much like you would an advanced FMS. You program in a flight plan, you press execute, and then the plane goes and does that. The key technology that enables that on board the plane is our advanced autopilot that's built to a 1 in 100 million hour mean time between failure. So this includes dual redundant actuation systems, triplicated compute in the certified version, dual redundant communication systems for bidirectional comm with the aircraft. There's an auto braking system as well as a full authority auto throttle for controlling the PT6 engine. And much of this technology, fortunately/unfortunately, we've had to develop internally ourselves because you can't just go on the open market and purchase an actuation system that can handle an aircraft of this size through all phases of flight with the necessary redundancy. So that's been developed in-house, as well as components of our compute stack and communication stack and all of the software. Longer term for reliable robotics, we intend first to bring this technology to market for the Cessna Caravan, but we do expect most of what we're developing now to be transferable to other types of larger cargo vehicles and eventually passenger vehicles. All right, thanks. Back to you, Brian.
Very good. Thanks. And sorry for the technical issue, but thanks, Al. Last is Svilin Rangelov from Dronamics.
Hey, everyone. Thanks, Brian. Great to see everyone here. I don't have slides. Everyone is welcome to just go over to our website, dronamics.com, and take a look. What we're different about is that we are essentially a fixed-wing cargo drone that can carry 800 pounds or 350 kilograms at a distance of about 1,500 miles or 2,500 kilometers. So we target a niche where you're essentially missing that aerial connectivity with regular aviation. We still need a runway, but the runway can be very short, can be just 1,300 feet, and it doesn't have to be paved. And in creating this essentially bush plane, but unmanned, we were able to significantly drive down the cost of the airframe, the cost of the per flight hour, and to make this relevant for remote communities and for use cases in e-commerce, pharma, and spare parts. Just this week, we were very happy to announce a partnership with Hellmann Logistics. It's a German freight forwarder. It's actually number 10 in the world for air freight. And we'll be launching early next year because the design decisions that we took actually give us a much shorter path to certification under the new EU drone rules. So we're really excited and really happy to join that panel and answer any questions after that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much. So before I ask the panelists the first question, I'm asking the producer now to put up the 3 different polling questions so you can peruse those and hopefully provide some interesting data for us to consider. For the panelists, the first question I have is, who's first to buy what it is that you're making? And with that, I'd like to start with Manal. Oh, you're on mute.
So the way we see it is there is a variety of use cases that are going to go after buying our logistics service. And the use cases we are already in discussions with go across retail into the medical sector and also partnerships with the logistics providers. All of those are currently in our customer pipeline. And we see them as our next, our first, I would say, customers, which we are a B2B. And then the beneficiary of this is going to be, by the end, the consumer who will get the fast deliveries.
Okay. David?
Yeah, the biggest market for us is middle mile express logistics. So multinational parcel shippers, as well as regional and feeder airlines that are looking to expand their footprint are ready to use our systems. Adjacent to that is medical logistics. That's a big market. Remote operations like energy and humanitarian aid. We've also got a strong early market traction in defense. So I mentioned that we have 2 contracts with the U.S. Air Force. There's a group called Agility Prime that's become the epicenter for vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. And so they're working with us and a couple of other air taxi makers to bring in systems like this to build a fleet out over the next few years. Other parts of the U.S. military are also looking for big delivery drones. So I think we look at the market with a true dual use opportunity where there's early opportunity to sell and expand in the defense market while we go through the certifications to allow us to expand into the commercial shipping market in the U.S. airspace and worldwide.
Okay, Robert?
I actually would say almost the same thing that Dave just said. We're targeting much the same customer set there. I think for our use case especially, we're going to see initial traction in cargo express logistics, just given that's how the Cessna Caravan is primarily used today. But we're also seeing a lot of interesting traction in the defense space. And I think the interest there is, well, first, defense logistics is an obvious potential use case, but also using existing aircraft like the Caravan or King Airs, et cetera, as longer duration ISR platforms, because if you're talking about making the aircraft unmanned, there's a lot more interesting things that you can do with it that you can't consider doing today, such as add additional fuel and extend your loiter time dramatically. And this has the advantage over existing military drones because spare parts availability and mechanic availability for these vehicles is already in place worldwide.
Excellent. And Svelin?
Yeah, so think of us as just another airline, right? So we would be selling capacity, not the vehicles, and we will be selling that capacity to companies like Hellman, so freight forwarders, or e-commerce companies, pharma, and some consumer goods. It's really about middle mile, and for example, when you talk about the US use case, that would be interstate traffic, so that you could use just a handful of fulfillment center, you could serve the whole country with our long range.
Excellent. And when do you guys think you'll be able to actually get certified and begin delivering and selling these products? And we'll start first with Robert.
You're gonna pick on me first. Okay. Well, it's a difficult question to answer because a lot of this is contingent upon what ends up happening with the FAA. We're working things as quickly as we can, and we have a process that we need to follow that I think is going to take no less than 2 years to complete. But obviously, we're not going to ship the system until it's safe, and that safety determination is done jointly with us as well as the FAA. I do think there are opportunities, though, in advance of a fully automated system. So there are partial automated versions of our system that we do intend to bring to market, and that hopefully, knock on wood, should be ready as early as first or second quarter next year.
Okay, and Svelin.
Yeah, so we call it a big break in Europe because the new rules there actually are risk-based, and because of the approach that we took in designing and choosing the form factor and leveraging a lot of existing technology, we're actually a much lower risk vehicle, and we expect certification in the next 6 to 9 months.
Oh wow, that's excellent. Minal?
So the way we see it at Mighty Fly, I think there is a variety of ways how to look at certification. First, I would say there is either the US or in the international way. So in the international aspect, we have been talking with a variety of countries where we see that we could get certification to start something commercial within a year. In the US, we see that there is a variety of ways to get certification. The first one is a special awareness certification, which we already received. And that will enable us to perform some R&D flights and also some pilots. So we can see some proof of concepts being developed under that umbrella. And then throughout this process, we are working in our Part 135. And that one is going to be determined by both us and the FAA, as it's something joint. And we see that that's going to be something achievable within 2 to 3 years. So while we are going to be working at the special awareness certification, since that we got on last March, we are going to be pretty much working with the FAA through this all the way until we get our Part 135. And then at that point, we can scale our operation and make it more commercially available across the US.
Excellent. And David?
Right. Similar to what Robert said, the systems need to be safe and robust before they go into the airspace. We'll be getting a type cert with the FAA, also Part 135. In terms of timing, we're already working with the Air Force now. This group I mentioned, Agility Prime, is expanding contracts, starting to purchase systems from performers. Commercial shippers, we have folks outside the US airspace who are eager to get started as soon as we can get them aircraft. So we see that like end of next year, early 2023, and then expecting to get through FAA type cert in 2024. So that's when we will open it up in the US airspace and expand into markets subsequent, which are more heavily regulated, like Europe and Japan.
All right, and then I'll open this up to whoever might have an answer to it. Is there some particular issue that you think that the FAA will choke on the most or find the most difficult to wind up getting comfortable with before you get certified?
I think detect and avoid is the first thing that comes to mind, if you don't mind me jumping in. For the types of operations that we're dealing with Part 23 aircraft flying in mostly Class Echo, Class Delta airspace, maintaining well clear is, in conversations we're having with the FAA anyway, one of the top concerns.
Others?
Yeah, I'll second that. Beyond visual line of sight flights, and so our approach to that is we will enter the airspace in a way that doesn't require changes to the airspace. So having a remote pilot with situational awareness, using perception on board the aircraft, voice relay to the aircraft so the pilot can talk through to air traffic control, beacons like ADS-B on the system, so that our aircraft will participate in the airspace like any other GA aircraft, although the autonomy will be doing most of the work and kind of we expect that out ahead of what we're actually using. It'll be able to do fully autonomous flights, so the remote pilot will be there in a kind of supervisory role. And then over time, as the kind of rules for BVLOS and DAA get finalized and kind of separation well clear managed, then we expect that remote pilot can fan out and monitor a whole fleet. So it doesn't have to be one-to-one.
Minal or Civilian?
So I would totally back that the part of the BT laws, as Robert and Dave mentioned. I think that's a big question and something that we all need to work on to really enable that technology to the point where the FAA see that it's safe for us to be in the skies. And I think there is some good steps toward that, as the ADS-B in and out, which will enable to solve some of that problem, but there is still some edge cases. And the tricky part of this is to really remove those edge cases. And that's when I would say the tech and avoid becomes hard, is to not just cover that, I would say something like 95% of the spectrum. It's really how to get to as close as possible to 100%. And in addition to that is the aspect of airspace management. And how do you coordinate what, for example, I would say the usual, or so far the users of our airspace, which is all of the commercial aviation, the private pilot, how do you coordinate those people and coordinate and bring in this autonomous system into the airspace and have a common, I would say, airspace management, and where all the rules that are going to be created satisfy both the needs of both those sectors. And that, I would say, it's a question that has been discussed for a while with all of these variety of, I would say, people watching for what they need in the airspace, and how to come to a common ground is something that needs, I would say, a more discussion. And that's where we see that, I would say, the question of certification is not just a matter of technology being ready, but also it's a matter of public awareness, a matter of airspace management, and a matter of really coming up with regulations that meet everybody's needs. So we're currently really looking to work with the FAA to solve some of these issues. And what is unique about us at Mighty Fly is we have that, I would say, experience, myself as a private pilot. So we see a little bit of both those sides, which enables us to understand a little bit of that puzzle and to think about how can we help to really solve some of these problems.
Excellent, Bill, and I can't wait to hear your answer, given that you expect to be flying and generating revenue in just 6 to 9 months, as I recall.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, actually, look, we've been working on this for almost 7 years now. I promised, me and my brother promised not to shave until we're ready. So on such a timeline, at some point you realize it's worthless to kind of second guess what the regulators might pick on. The thing is, this is coming, right? Customers want that. The technology is there. It's just a matter of time and connecting those dots. And actually, the EU rules are not created in vacuum. They were the product of JAROS, which is essentially 63 countries, including the US, including China, that worked together for many, many years to create these, risk assessment frameworks and so on. And they did all that heavy lifting and heavy work. So I think when that would be available in the US versus when that would be available in different countries is a matter of debate, ultimately up to the FAA to decide. We'll just go where the market is and where the market is open first.
That's interesting. So have others on the panel considered going to other markets outside the US where you could get certified much earlier, perhaps?
I can jump on that by answering that we are actually looking at other markets. And the way we see it is there is demand for logistics at a global state. So it's not the issues that we're solving are not specific to the US. They're pretty much issues that every country has. And some of these markets that we're looking at are Australia, which has a lot of empty lands, and where expedited delivery is a bit challenging, especially to those rural and remote areas. And they have a lot of use cases for many businesses who can benefit from this. And as well the consumer side. So I think that's a very big market. And Australia, given its, I would say, needs, and given that this can really affect their logistics and improve it by a lot, they're moving a bit quicker on these aspects from the regulation side. And then some other market is Singapore, which has, I would say, it has proven and has shown that they move quite quickly on the, would say, the regulations aspects. And they have quite some demand on, for example, on the maritime industry. So I would say there's many opportunities at an international way. And these are just a couple examples that we're looking at.
Dave or Robert?
Yeah, I'd second that. We have commercial or customers on the commercial side that have success already getting UAS through to run commercial missions in places like the Middle East, African countries, Australia, Bahamas, other places where there's a strong need to improve logistics, and there's already been a precedent of getting systems up and running commercially. So that's part of our plan.
Excellent. Robert?
We actually see it in two different sides of this. So you have the aircraft cert and then the operational certification. And for the aircraft cert, we very deliberately have decided to focus on the United States and get FAA certification, and so that we could then transfer that certification to other nations. However, on the operations side for Part 135 and eventually 121 operations, we're treating the world more as a level playing field there and looking beyond just the United States.
Okay. Do you all plan to sell the products to customers who will then operate the products on their own, or do you intend to operate the products yourselves on behalf of the customers, or both? And Svilin?
We're strictly an airline, so those drones are ours. Our customers receive the capacity from them, those flights.
David?
Yeah, we'll do both. We have some customers in each category, some that want to own and operate systems, who have already set up, drone operation groups in their organization. They want to buy systems. We'll train them. We'll support the assets, over the lifetime of the aircraft. But we have other customers that want us to come in and operate as a service. So we will go through and do the Part 135 concurrent with our type cert, so we can offer that as an airline as well for customers who want to engage us that way.
Minal?
So the way MightyFly is positioned is we're a logistics provider. So by the end, what we offer is a service. You give us packages from one end, we make them appear in the other end. And the way we see is our technology is our backend that enables that same day delivery to be both faster and cheaper, while also being carbon neutral. So in that aspect, we're not looking to sell our aircraft, but we're looking to provide a delivery service. And that's pretty much the focus. Go ahead.
Robert?
Yeah, we look at it a little bit differently. So in the early days, by necessity, we're going to have to do everything end to end because the Part 135 operating certificate will be closely tied to our STC equipment. But longer term, I think it's an open question for us if it's something that we continue to operate ourselves or if we, in the interest of scaling it faster, license the technology to others.
Excellent. Dragos has a question for you all. Is there any room for the standardization of cargo detachable and swappable pods for a true automated end-to-end cargo delivery global network?
I think so. And we're making our cargo containers, like I mentioned, for the express purpose of automating more of the flight operation. So all the way from getting the container packed in the warehouse, current sort of initial concept of operations is humans pack the container and then stage it where it needs to go. The aircraft picks it up. But there's an opportunity there for, standardization of that shape and size. And it does fit into larger containers like, 20, 40-foot shipping containers too. So we're in the process of hammering out the sort of interface spec for this container, what the mechanical hard points are, so that it could be a standard.
Robert or Svilin?
I would echo everything Dave just said. I think that's very much in the industry's interest to come up with standardized container layouts and packaging so that all of these systems can be interoperable.
Svilin?
Yeah, in our case, look, we're deliberately using a single type of aircraft, so we do believe in standardization. I'm just not sure that such will be available, because if you look at the way shipping containers were done, a big constraint there was actually the width of the trucks and what they could carry on the road. Whereas in aviation, you have a lot of other constraints to worry about, aerodynamics, where is it fitted and so on. I think at some point and also the dead weight of the actual, the tire weight. So I don't know. I'm sure it will get solved. I think the standardization of pods, the way that Dave is approaching it, is great because it fits perfectly into the system. But would that pod be transferable to our systems or Manaus? It's harder for me to see at the current moment. But the technology is in the early innings, as Dave said. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, with that, we're going to end the panel. I want to thank the panelists very much. And in the polling, I hope you have a chance to take a look at the results from the polling and chew on that for a bit as you move to the next panel. Thank you very much, Al.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Brian. That was excellent. We could have gone on for hours, and I think the standardization issues are really cool. Welcome back to Revolution.Aero 2021. Thanks to our sponsors, Sol.One, Aerotech, Hyundai, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, MSC Software, Shackelford, Whyte & Case, and Wisk. Thank you to all our fantastic speakers. It's extremely exciting. There's more than 1,000 of us here watching. Next year, we aim to be doing this back in San Francisco, and we'll be sending you all details. Don't worry, you'll get lots of details from us. But last, and certainly not least, we're absolutely delighted to have Brandon Robinson from Horizon Aircraft. Brandon, lots of people we've seen over the last 3 days have come from other industries and chosen to go into aviation. Brandon, frankly, didn't have a choice. He, after a career in the Royal Canadian Air Force, and also, he comes from an aviation family. You didn't have any option, did you?
I really didn't know. No, and thanks for the opportunity. This is fantastic, and I really look forward. Honestly, I want to say right off the bat, what a great opportunity over the last 3 days to just hear some amazing folks, some thought leaders, and just, I'd like to thank you, Al, and the entire Revolution.Aero team for the opportunity to present today, and also for 3 days of just exceptional content. So from the bottom of my heart, thanks. This is outstanding.
No, thank you. That's great. And you've got a few slides, haven't you? So I'll let you
I do.
those.
Yeah, I'm sharing them right now.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So hopefully you can see what's on the screen there. Yeah, beautiful. All right. So again, thanks, Al. And I want to say Happy Canada Day to everybody that's out there from Canada. So this was done by my daughter this morning, thanking her daddy for everything. So if you're out there in the UK and you have a glass in front of you, or if you're Canadian and you woke up this morning and you probably have a glass in front of you, and folks on the East Coast, I'd like to honestly just raise a glass to what has been an awesome 3 days here at Revolution.Aero. So thanks again, Al. Fantastic. So who am I? I'm Brandon Robinson, newly appointed president of Astro Aerospace and co-founder of Astro's latest acquisition, Horizon Aircraft. Delighted to present to you today really a story about Astro Aerospace and where we are right now. So fundamentally, one of the pioneers in the eVTOL space that quite frankly went quiet for a little while, but we're back with some really cool tech and some substantial growth potential. So what we're going to be talking about is a little bit about the people, but mainly focusing on some pretty cool products, and you'll have a chance to ask me about those in the end, and then talk about our plan to develop those products. So standard public company stuff, memorize this before continuing. Basically says nothing I say can be used for investment advice, although you'll see some pretty cool stuff. Okay, so a bit of background about Astro Aerospace and the recent acquisition of Horizon Aircraft, which is the company that I founded and co-founded about 8 years ago. And so Horizon Aircraft was born out of my father's high-tech engineering company that was based around doing some work in the general aviation space and general theme of sort of electrification. So we'll talk about this in a bit, but I come from a long-standing aviation family. We had an aircraft in the household since I was a kid. And Dad is a mechanical engineer. He'd been doing tons of mechanical modifications to that aircraft over the years. And they became very popular in the general aviation space. And that formed the foundation of a company that eventually grew into Horizon Aircraft. We came up with a prototype new design for short takeoff and landing amphibious aircraft that eventually turned into a vertical takeoff and landing concept that we developed out quite a bit that Astro Aerospace was interested in. And we closed that acquisition on the 28th of May. So lots of Horizon Aircraft team, the entire team is staying on and moving into key leadership and technical positions within Astro. And fundamentally, if you want to simplify it, a story of Horizon Aircraft adding some engineering capability and significant intellectual property to Astro's already solid technical foundation, mature business leadership, and access to some capital markets. So who's leading the way? Really quickly onto some people. So Bruce Bent, he's the chairman of the board at Astro now, real estate magnate and leader. Also a visionary tech guy that kind of recognized the opportunity in the VTOL space fairly early. So back in 2017, acquired technology and developed the Elroy program that we'll talk about in a little bit. that was actually it actually flew autonomously in a full-scale prototype and carried people. Great strategic mind, not afraid to tell me when I'm out of line from time to time. So thanks for that, Bruce. And also someone not afraid to tell me when I'm out of line, Patricia Trompeter. Honestly, just a very fascinating, high-powered person, a newly appointed Astro CEO during the transition period to exciting new growth phase, deep experience in mergers, acquisitions, and finance in general. I really wish I had Patty's Rolodex, perfectly positioned to lead us into the next chapter of growth. And we're excited to have her on board and really appreciate her. Onto myself. Now, the first rule about fighter pilots is never let a fighter pilot talk about himself and put him on a slide. But Al graciously let me break that rule. I grew up in aviation, so we had an old Republic CB at home. Think flying sort of boat type aircraft, pusher prop, built in 1947. My first flight was when I was only 6 months old, I should say. And been flying ever since. My grandfather was an old World War II bomber pilot, and I think there's a story of him teaching me to fly when I was 3 years old. So he plunked me on the seat, and I had to stand on the seat, and I could hold the control yoke. And he told me to fly to that point, which is, no kidding, like 10 minutes away. And I think about an hour and a half later, we actually got to that point. And that was my introduction into flying aircraft. I've been flying ever since. So really fortunate Air Force career. Met some really awesome friends along the way who kind of dragged me along. And so got my Air Force pilot's license, pilot's wings, and went on to fly CF-18s in the Air Force. So Canadian Top Gun course along the way, which is pretty awesome. And a mech eng degree and MBA along the way. Air Force is really good at personal development. And I was able to do quite well there. Licensed to be dangerous in a number of fields. So jack of all trades, maybe master of none, but sufficient to, I think, provide some operational context into the design. And we'll talk about how that kind of leaked into our Cavorite X5 design. So a pretty unique new eVTOL design. And I think, really helps inform some strategic decisions along the way. On the technical side, you got my father, Horizon Aircraft Chief Engineer, lifetime experimental aircraft builder and pilot, mechanical engineer, has been flying since he was 14, I believe, and building airplanes, I think, since he was 14. He's in advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing. And like I said, founder of the company that grew into Horizon Aircraft. So aerospace engineering. And really, to be honest, just if you want to characterize him, just a super intelligent, very practical sort of inventor who comes up with some very unique ideas, but has the follow through to be able to produce those ideas into something that makes sense. Gysin O'Neill, so don't do, first rule of a new startup is don't do business with family. Gysin O'Neill is my brother-in-law. Also not afraid to tell me when I'm going off into some random direction that doesn't make sense, but a lifetime of experience building, high pressure teams, really quality, really quality teams and deep experience in the software world, which for aircraft kind of running on software these days, that's actually quite useful. Stuart Lee, a great, again, team builder, lifetime experience in HR, and has been very useful in building out our team, which is in a huge explosive kind of growth phase right now. Now, this is the slide, built off the corporate deck that's supposed to let you guys know about the huge, significant potential market of the eVTOL space. But you've been hearing that for 3 days already, and we all know. So Astro Aerospace, a pretty small market cap right now, but lots of growth potential. And we'll talk about why that is the case when we talk about the really fun stuff coming up, which is our products. So there it is, Astro's Elroy. So that is a real picture of a real full-scale prototype that was flying real people back in 2018. And so the Elroy is an all-electric, fully autonomous eVTOL that has some pretty interesting technology on board. So like I said, this is a time to talk about kind of what we're doing at Astro and what's happened in the interim. So this aircraft actually is 2-passenger capacity. So you see sort of a pilot that gets to monitor up front with 2 people in the back. about a 16-mile range, so a little less range than some of the folks boast, but we're trying to be realistic about everything at Astro right now, and that's with reserves, but a 500-pound payload and some cool tech on board. So the Elroy had, and I haven't heard this spoken about in too many technical forums yet, but a fully functional flyby light system, so a fiber optic control system, which, as you know, is hardened against EMI, which is nice. And it also has its own proprietary, again, software to fly it and to monitor all flight operations. So some pretty unique technology on the Elroy platform that has allowed us over the last couple of years to really leverage that into some other cool ideas. So shorter range, meant for intercity, high frequency, low cost routes, your standard sort of eVTOL 16 rotor configuration. And ended up being quite a powerful technology demonstrator for us. So even though the development has slowed somewhat over the last couple of years, we do focus, as we focus on sort of manned and more cargo-based eVTOL products. Very proud of the accomplishments of Elroy, and she might be flying again sooner rather than later. And that's all I'm allowed to say about that. The Alta, okay, so this is our newest product at Astro Aerospace. So the Alta is a neat cargo variant of the Elroy, so more of a workhorse, generation 2.0 fiber optic control system, and we'll have a full-scale prototype of Alta flying very shortly. Progress is going exceptionally well on it. Again, able to carry about 440 pounds of payload, with a unique sort of modular system. You can see the batteries and control system are located at the top. It can drop out, either a pod that carries a couple of folks, or more usefully, more likely in the short term, is carry all sorts of different cargo sort of pod configurations that we're working on right now. So low cost, low capex, simple machine, robust, hardened for kind of a workhorse again in the cargo world, and some really great discussion in the previous panel about the potential for cargo and these modular systems in the broader market. So we're pretty proud of Alta. Again, she's going to fly pretty soon, as a full-scale prototype, and some great work being done there. Okay, and the latest addition to the family. So this is a Horizon Aircraft Cavorite X5. So what are we looking at? So this is an eVTOL built for longer range, regional passenger cargo and special missions. So you're seeing it right now in what we call the vertical mode. Okay, so it has an embedded series of thrust fans in the wings and the canards. Now the wings open up for vertical mode to reveal these series of fans, and that those fans can provide enough thrust to be able to make it lift off straight up and down and land straight up and down, right? So it can take off and land exactly like a helicopter, like all the VTOLs that we're talking about here. But the difference is when we transition forward, the prop at the back starts pushing, and as it transitions to forward flight, those wing sections close. So the leading edge moves back, the trailing edge moves forward on both the canards and the main wing, and it turns back into a normal aircraft for 98% of its flight. And so this is a patented wing design that we came up with. And fundamentally, that is behind the significant performance that we get. Well, that's one component. The second component is that it's hybrid electric powered. So as it flies, as it transitions away from that vertical mode and the wings close and it returns to a configuration almost exactly like a normal aircraft, then it enjoys some significant lower drag operations. So we're out to 250 miles an hour. This is 280 miles an hour, sure, 250 knots, 300 plus miles with reserves. And carrying about 1,100 pounds of payload. 5 people on board, so pilot up front with a 9G barrier behind him with 4 seats, and ruggedized. So I come from an operational background, and I wanted a machine that could, fly 300 miles, get to its destination, see that destination sort of vertiport or helipad or tight spot, may be fouled, and could enter a holding pattern, and then potentially divert to an alternate and land there. The only way we could do that was with a hybrid electric situation. So we create our own hybrid electric power system that powers it, and provides a lot of operational flexibility. So like everyone knows, gas still has 50 times the energy density that even the best batteries have on board, but the batteries do allow us a distributed propulsion architecture that is pretty cool and allows this thing to have some pretty awesome operational advantages. So that is the Whyte X5, again, built for sort of longer range regional air mobility, and we're targeting kind of the earlier use cases. So maybe not overflying, urban populated areas, going from, skyscraper to skyscraper initially. We're thinking, more useful sort of regional missions initially. It's also ideal for things like medevac and some remote cargo disaster relief type stuff as well with its longer range. And so that is kind of our approach with the Whyte X5. We'll have we have subscale prototypes flying right now and proving the wing technology actually works. And we'll have a large scale prototype finished and flying within the next 12 months, which we're pretty proud of. And that's pretty much it from the Whyte X5 perspective. Okay, so kind of quickly to summarize here, the only thing that we haven't talked about quite yet is the plan. So at Astro, we're working on a tiered capital raise moving forward, which is really going to help us accelerate the developmental programs in both the Alta and the Whyte program. And we're talking with a couple of select equity groups to help us with that, a NASDAQ uplist that's going to, again, kind of help us with the capital raise to really move past that 12 to 18 month period from a capital perspective. So lots of really cool stuff happening at Astro Aerospace. Again, really appreciate the opportunity from Al to kind of get our message out there. Look forward to some awesome questions. Happy Canada Day. And again, thanks for taking the time to hear about Astro and our exciting new chapter moving forward. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn or visit our website, flyastro.com, or even horizonaircraft.com, and lots of info there. So thanks again, Al. Really appreciate the opportunity.
No, thanks, Brandon. That was great. First, happy Canada Day.
Thanks, Al.
For not knowing that. We've got a question from an anonymous user. Do you expect any certification issues around your unique fan in wing design?
Great question, first of all. And I think, one of the unique things about our design and the Whyte X5 anyway, is the ability for it to fly 98% of its mission in a configuration exactly like a normal aircraft. So when you start discussions with regulatory folks and they say, okay, well, they have to integrate the risk over the entire mission profile, and they realize that this is just a normal aircraft for 98% of the time, it starts from a place where they already know, right? So they know how to certify normal aircraft, and this aircraft acts like a normal aircraft for, like I said, 98% of its mission. So that starts off on the right foot when we talk to regulatory folks, and so I think that we appreciate that. And from a safety perspective, the ability to vertically maneuver and to stop in midair and land is almost seen as an additional safety issue. So our certification plan resides around, okay, the standard we'll certify it as a normal aircraft running down the runway, and that's fine. And then we'll certify the vertical mode, and then we'll meet in the middle with transition testing and proving that it can transition, if that makes sense.
It does. Are you planning to do certification first with Transport Canada?
We're looking at FAA first with the US as a primary market, but we're Transport Canada, I think, and the FAA work close enough that it's a great relationship there. So there's going to be discussions with both groups.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the launch customers of the Embraer Eve product, and they saw Brazilian certification as a huge advantage because there's more space there than there is in the FAA, where you've got a lot going for it.
Yeah, fair enough.
We're seeing a lot of orders coming out from EVA companies, and some of them are, you could argue, very speculative. There's not massive deposits. It's all fully refundable. Do you feel under pressure to announce an order at the moment?
The answer is no. And so we're trying to, be as honest as we can with all our investors and all the folks out there, exactly where we are in the developmental process. And yeah, we could make headlines and say, here's an order for 10 or an order for 20. And really all that means is, there's a certain company that has put their faith in us, that the concept is good. And I think, although that might follow in the next, 12 months or so, we feel under no pressure to, try to bolster anything by saying we have some order for 10 or 15 aircraft or 100 aircraft. We'd like to put our engineering where, engineering first and show people, what we can do.
And I guess the other question, which is obvious, is building one aircraft and getting it certificated and into production is a huge challenge. But you're trying to do it with multiple aircraft at the same time.
Well, and so here's the truth is, and I mentioned already, those other programs are very valuable, and we've leveraged a lot of technology from those other programs. But right now we're focused on on fundamentally two systems. The pure electric Alta, that's given us a lot of useful battery technology and a lot of useful control architecture, and the Cavorite program. And so certification will come, but it's a slow process. And like I said, we're from a certification, for folks on certification, it's going to be the Cavorite first. It'll be the first practical product from Astro that's gonna make it into the wild.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us, Brandon. We really appreciate it.
Great questions. Thanks, Al. And again, I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Not at all. And happy Canada Day.
Thanks.
Thank you. Go off and have a celebratory drink. Thank you so much to all of our speakers over the last 3 days. Thank you so much to all of our organizers. Thanks again to our sponsors, Sol.One, Aerotech, Hyundai, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, MSC Software, Shackelford, Whyte and Case, and Wisk. All of the recordings will be available very soon. You can already watch day 1 and day 2 online. If you'd like to network, please join the networking room at the top and meet Sol.One. I'd like to thank all of our speakers again, all of you for watching, and also thanks very much to our fantastic technical team, Lewis and Hannah and Rianne, who've done a phenomenal job. Thank you very good. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in San Francisco next year. Thank you.